You're all out of the luck. Funky disclosure. We won't get our funky disclosure. Aliens or not, it's just funky disclosure. Time to log on the case. Funky disclosure. Blink 182 up into space. Funky disclosure. Louis Elizondo files. Funky disclosure. Pentagon dollar cash bribes. Funky disclosure. Clear on the grift CE5. Funky disclosure. Meditate to see that live. Funky disclosure. Logan's podcast hype. Funky disclosure. Talking celebrity hype. Funky disclosure. Celebrity grift in the know. Funky disclosure. Narrative you don't know. Funky disclosure. Alien others a box. Funky disclosure. Putting it all on block. Funky disclosure. Funky, yeah, funky. Fun games, funky. Funky, funky disclosure. Stephen Gamm pulls the veil so thin. Alien lies crash and burn again. Psychic fakes tremble under gaze. New age con men lost in the haze. Those signs and eyes become you blind. Sell your dreams, leave your hope behind. False prophets preaching empty noise. True silences, their deceitful voice. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Dark shadows, they slither, they crawl. Promising secrets, then you fall. Stephen's torch, it lights up the dark. Expose the fakes, watch them depart. Sky watchers caught in webs they spin. Spaceships faked by tricksters within. Each fraudster's empire built on sand. Stephen's truth will make it disband. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Truth seekers, coming for you. Open your eyes. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers never tire. Under pressure, lies break apart. The truth burns bright, it's just the start. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. We're here for a rare Saturday night. I did not get to go to the cabin because it's kind of snowed in this weekend. So I thought we would so many people have been asking me about this James Fox documentary. And to be very honest with you, I did not want to watch it. But I did it for you. So I watched it so you don't have to. And you'll notice I'm already getting a significant amount of haters and nasty people, asking me why I have to be so negative about Mr. Fox's incredible work. And the truth is that Mr. Fox's work is garbage. And Mr. Fox's work has perhaps always been garbage, but we didn't notice that it was garbage the first few times that he did a tremendous big money grab in the UFO community for what he sells. And let's be clear, what he sells is stories. That's all he has. He has no evidence. He has secondhand accounts. He does have a firsthand account in this film, but it comes from somebody that basically belongs in a mental institution that's also saying that he murdered aliens in Twitter spaces and collecting money from the UFO community to pay his bills. That's not suspicious at all. And it bears important note that the only new thing that was not in his previous film, The Phenomenon, that's in this film, is Jason Sands telling a tremendous story about meeting a blue alien in the desert. But what you need to know about Jason Sands is that he's been mining the UFO community for years, appearing on a certain goofy UFO show several years ago as, I think it was Richard Howell was his fake name. And so he's been around the UFO community for years mining stories. And one of the people whose stories he mined was Corey Goode. And for those unaware, Corey Goode was a fake secret space astronaut who admitted in court that he just made all his stories up. And some of the stories that Jason Sand is telling are directly lifted from Corey Goode, who admitted he made up his stories. So no, sorry, not sorry. And I'm not being negative. I'm being honest. You know, the problem is with this UFO people echo chamber is you're not allowed to tell people the truth. You know, you're not allowed to just say, this documentary is terrible. You know, I don't have a vested interest in him selling the documentary. I'm not grifting with him like UFO Jesus. I'm not grifting with him like, I don't know, everybody else, right? Including Richard Dolan. I'm not grifting with him. So I don't have to be nice to him. I have no obligation to be nice to somebody that I consider a scammer. He is a scammer. And I'm going to tell you the most important reason I believe, and it's my opinion he's a scammer. I'm allowed to express my opinion. The last film he made was about the so-called Varginha UFO incident, which I always jokingly refer to it as the vagina alien story. And the story goes something like this. These two native women, they saw what appeared to be an alien, a brown alien. And, you know, it turned into this whole big thing, right? And James Fox sold this story multiple times. He sold it to National Geographic. He sold it to, I think, another television network, or maybe National Geographic a second time. Then he made a documentary out of it. He's been milking that story for ages. And what it turns out that story is really about, and let's be clear, I can't prove it wasn't an alien that those two women saw, but he can't prove it isn't. And this is, let me just show you this, share my screen here and show you this supposed alien that was, in Varginha. And so he sold that story 3 times. And the third time he used some, let's just say, less than credible sources. You know, the anonymous guy sitting in shadow with a voice disguiser. I've challenged James Webb to produce that person. Let's see that he really exists. At least verify to me. And I won't reveal the guy's identity, but let me speak to him on the phone. He won't do that because Mr. Fox is an intellectual weakling and a coward who I believe manufactures fake evidence to bolster his largely evidence-free documentaries that are essentially just stories. But back to the vagina alien, what this story is really about, and this has been proven by many people, what those girls actually saw wasn't an alien creature, wasn't a demon, wasn't an alien. It was a mentally challenged local boy who often played in mud and acted very strangely. He was mentally challenged, learning disabled. I'm not going to use the R word, but that's what people have described him as being, mentally deficient. So this is the profiteering whore side of UFOs. Congratulations. You take a story about a mentally challenged disabled boy playing in the mud, naked, apparently, or partially naked, whatever, covering himself in mud and running around the village. And two young girls saw this guy and decided it was, and by the way, they first said it was Diablo, the devil. They never said it was aliens until the alien storytellers got there and suddenly decided it was aliens that they saw. And then the story grew and grew and grew, and there was more people to come forward and add to the story. So, but in this vagina alien story, and here's where it gets scammy. To market his film about the Varginha alien, James Fox claimed that he had, the story's definitely true, because he had or would soon be in possession of a video of the actual alien creature. And this was right as people were getting ready to decide, should I buy this new documentary from him or not? He starts going on podcasts alluding to or strongly suggesting that he's going to have a video of the actual alien creature. And so this became something of a joke in the UFO community. And here we see a meme from Secret Corp. It's at secret_corp on Twitter. I think a good follow. James Fox still hasn't released the 35-second video of Brazilian aliens he used to promote his last documentary. More grift coming up next. So let's put this on the record. In order to make people believe that the Varginha Brazil alien story was real, when it was really about a mentally challenged, learning disabled, mentally deficient, mentally ill boy playing in mud and running around the village like a lunatic, you know, he turned that into a whole career because he sold that story 3 times. In order to market the film and make people believe this story must be real, he starts saying that he has or will soon be in possession of a 35-second video of the alien creatures. Therefore, the whole story must be real. You better go buy my latest documentary, and then we'll release the alien footage. Hey, Mr. Fox, where's that alien footage that you lied to everybody about to market your last film? This is where it gets to the point where I think that certain people are scumbags. And I'm allowed to have an opinion. If you tell everybody, go buy my new documentary, we're soon gonna have a 35-second video of the real alien creature that documentary is all about. Go buy my documentary, and then you never produce the video of the alien, you just make excuses when pressed upon about that, then you're a scumbag. Why don't you give everybody the money back that bought your shit documentary that had no video in it, had no evidence of aliens? And by the way, the person that witnessed the so-called UFO crash to that event has given vastly conflicting stories. And Charlie Weiser at Like It Matters on Twitter did a tremendous breakdown of all the differences. Listen, if the story changes tremendously over the years, then it's probably a fake story because a liar can't keep their lies straight. But that's Mr. Fox's history. And by the way, just to be clear, I offered to debate Mr. Fox on my channel or a neutral channel about the Varginha incident, about any of his documentaries, and crickets. And of course he blocks me because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward. And his stories are so deceptively put together, so piss poor, that they cannot withstand debate. They cannot withstand even discussion from someone like me, because I would leave him as a puddle on the floor in his own piss and shit if he were to debate me. He would cry himself to bed that night. That's how sure I am that James Fox can't withstand any debate and is a garbage peddling shit huckster. That's what he sells. He sells garbage. So just when I think that he can't get any scummier or scammier, he does. And boy, I got to tell you that this one was the worst. This was not only the worst James Fox documentary I have ever seen. This was I don't want to say it's the worst UFO documentary. It is the most deceptively put together propaganda that I've ever seen in the UFO community. Most of that is due to his use of these cast of characters that is in this documentary. And wait till you see it. It will be glorious, because tonight we will be peeling back the layers of deception that James Fox used to create this shitty documentary. Oh my God, it's the worst one he's made yet. Oh, I love it. I love it. It's so bad. And you know why I love it? Because I feel a little vindicated. Because when he came out with the vagina alien thing, I said this is a scam, and people were angry with me. Well, this one is kind of like a new scam, right? uh I'm gonna deliver. Somebody said I gotta deliver the evening's keno. Yeah, I think they're taking some time off for Christmas. God bless them. Good for them. Our friends over at Keno Casino, only on Kick. All right, so we've got a goal tonight to get to the overtime, and that is our usual goal, which is 50 super chats at Teal, or 5 each. But I read every single super chat. So we've got welcome to the show with a kind and generous. Boy, they got to fix this super sticker thing. I'm sorry about that. It doesn't display right. It like describes it. But thank you. Welcome to the show. Firstborn Suck, Cope, and Sneed. Oh, glorious money, source of all joy and happiness, I humbly bow before you, almighty crinkled bills and shiny coins. Praise the cash. Yes, thank you. That's one for the goal. Thank you. And Zora with another one for the goal. If we take fluoride out of the water, will the UFO believers catch on? Well, can't help. And by the way, I'm very fortunate. I live someplace that does not have fluorinated city water. It's unfluorinated. And $4.99 from Based IRL. Thank you very much. That's another one towards the goal. And look at that. We've got a very generous one from Double Tap Rangers Outdoor. Was I right or what? Uncle Fester, a.k.a. Sands, looks terrible. Oh, we're going to get into it. The only thing new in James Fox's shitty new documentary is a complete total wackadoo who's telling people he's going on 20 and back secret space missions, and he's murdering aliens. And he saw an alien rip a child in half. And he starts crying in the spaces. But it's easy to laugh at this stuff. It's easy to laugh at it. But I think it's very sad, because this essentially proves that James Fox is a fucking scumbag. There, I said it. James Fox, you are a scumbag for taking advantage of, I don't know if he's mentally ill or mentally vulnerable, or, he's obviously, by James Fox's own admission, he's suffering from some kind of PTSD and mental illness. And James Fox still used him to sell a documentary, because that's what a scumbag does. A scumbag will use somebody that's having mental problems to tell alien stories so he can make money. Congratulations, James Fox. You're a scumbag willing to use people who are having mental problems so you can make some money, right? But thank you, Double Tap Out Ranger Outdoors. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And Peter W. With a kind of generous £2 says, God bless the goal. Well, that's our goal for tonight. We're going to try to get there, and we appreciate all of you. And we've got Fat Chick Thriller with a kind of generous 30. Very generous. Let's get some donos for the goal. Praise the cash. God bless the goal. Yeah, we're going to do a special overtime session if we hit our goal tonight. Thank you very much. And RP with a kind and generous $5. Another one towards the goal. Are you familiar with the book Shoot Them Down, about the Flatwoods Monster actually being described as a metallic robot from a UFO? Yes, I am, and I have that book. And if you like, I've never covered the Flatwoods thing, because I thought this is just a weird story, and there's really just a few eyewitnesses, eyewitness accounts. It's a strange story, but it's one I've never covered. And it appears to be like a robot alien. That's cool. It's a little different from the normal alien gray. I am very familiar with it. I can put it on the list if you would like of stories to cover in the future. And Nick Wolf with a kind of generous 5, another towards the goal. Glad the casino turned me onto your show. Love the work you're doing. Suffer, space oil salesman. Suffer! Suffer, James Fox! Tonight you will suffer! James Fox will suffer hard tonight! He's going to suffer hard because we will, my friends, I believe in the power of truth. And tonight we will use the power of truth, and we will peel back the layers of deception that James Fox used to create this shitty documentary, the shittiest one he's created yet. Oh, Double Tap Ranger Outdoors, which is another one. Yeah, that guy, James, that guy that he used is a veteran. And Double Tap Rangers Outdoors says, which angers me as a vet. Kind and generous 13.99 Canadian. Yeah, well, thank you. We appreciate your kindness. And I'm sorry that there's scumbags like James Fox that are willing to use veterans with mental problems and PTSD to sell a story. Sound like Al Pacino. I don't know about that. Is that cut that promo, brother Steven? Yeah, we need some clips. What can I say? I got caught already. All right. Yes, Foxy's friend says your power of truth is scaring my dog. All right, I'm gonna try to remain calm. Then I'm gonna try to remain calm. All right, and all right, we got to get into this. So I have notes, and but I didn't timestamp. I watched the entire. This is how we're going to do this tonight, just so everybody is aware. I watched the entire documentary and I made notes, and I have that here in a document here. But if I just go through the notes without explaining the cast of characters in this, he used more wackadoos in this than I've ever seen anybody use. There's at least 10 complete and total wackadoos. If you're unfamiliar with what the term wackadoo means, it's basically a UFO true believing wackadoo who doesn't live in our reality. They believe all kinds of crazy shit, psychic, remote viewing, superpowers are real, ectoplasm, spirit mediums. You could talk to your dead grandmom, all kinds of crazy shit these people believe. So here's how James Fox scam worked this time. If you're a new person to this subject matter and you don't know any of the people in this documentary, it may come across as credible because, this guy's a former government scientist. But James Fox leaves out all of their wackadoo history of being a complete and total lunatic. He leaves that part out so that it appears credible. Then we go, oh, here's a Stanford scientist, and he's saying things that seem credible. Oh, you leave out that Stanford scientist has been involved in multiple schemes to defraud the American public with fake stories about aliens and UFOs. And you leave out that he sells the credibility of Stanford University to any UFO wackadoo who needs a science talking head in their documentary. You leave that out. And, Eric Davis, he leaves out, former government scientist. Sounds credible until you know that former government scientist's research was called crackpot research by the United States Air Force. And it's also the same guy who thinks poltergeists followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, God. So basically what we have here is the ultimate sin of lie by omission. Of course, he includes Leslie Kean, whatever, who is a complete and total wackadoo. Do you ever see those pictures of old spirit mediums with ectoplasm coming out of their mouths? She believes that's real. She believes spirit tappings is real. She believes mediums are real and they can talk to your dead grandmom. She believes in remote viewing. She believes in aliens. She believes in past lives. And she's a complete and total wackadoo. But he frames it. So for the uninitiated or the person that is not familiar with his cast of wackadoo characters, it comes across as maybe a believable story until you know the history of the people he's using to deceptively edit together this narrative. And let's be clear, the program is a narrative. It is a propaganda piece. It's not a documentary because no real documentarian would include these bunch of wackadoos and not give you the full history of their wackadoo claims. But I'm going to tonight. I'm going to tell you all about the wackadoos that he put in this thing because it is the best cast or the worst. It is the best or the worst cast of wackadoos I've ever seen assembled in one UFO documentary. But before we get to that, I just want to say something about the standards of evidence. James Fox's standards of evidence is anything he can get away with, including a guy who's mental saying he met an alien out in the desert. that later goes in Twitter Spaces and says he killed an alien and he did 20 and back and time traveled and he was abducted by aliens and he saw an alien rip a child in half. This is the level of shit. And of course, he doesn't include any of that about Jason Sands in the documentary. That came after, but he had ample time to know Jason Sands was full of shit and cut him from the documentary. But it was the only new thing he had, so he ran with it. But as far as the standards of evidence go, holy shit. The best evidence of alien spacecraft visiting Earth that James Fox had, he put it in his documentary. He put it right in his documentary. And I'm going to show it to you. But I'm going to show you the truth. So, several times throughout this documentary, he shows a video of what appears to be a manta-shaped craft flying right by an airplane. But again, this is a complete and total deception because the object that's actually depicted was more or less stationary. It was not moving, and the airplane turned and flew by the object, which would indicate to any credible or serious or real researcher that this was most likely a mylar balloon. And by the way, world-renowned experts concluded that, including Mick West, that the object depicted in his, what has been called, they called it, the greatest UFO footage ever. The greatest UFO footage ever. And you know what? I'm going to have to find it and play it for you. I apologize. I wasn't going to do this, but greatest UFO footage ever. And another thing that you have to know is world's best UFO evidence. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, that's not it. One second. Oh. Colombian pilot captured a video. One second. I think I got it. Okay, I do. So I'm going to share this tab first. This is what James Fox put in his documentary. It's the greatest UFO footage ever. And did you see? This is where we get into the multiple layers of deception. Video authenticity confirmed. Okay? The video authenticity has been confirmed.
Hey, I noticed you left an amazing opportunity.
Hold on. Everybody, this will show you people post these sensationalized bullshit and then they want to make money from their sensationalized bullshit. And notice it said greatest UFO ever. Video authenticity confirmed. All right. Now we'll be able to do it. 1 second. I had to stop the share. Now we'll redo the share and let's get into it. This is the greatest UFO footage ever, and its authenticity has been confirmed, friends. And by the way, let me put my fair use banner up or I'll get a copyright strike because the person who owns this video is copyright striking anybody that plays it, and he wants the ad revenue from your entire show, which would maybe indicate that that person's kind of a scammer themselves, but didn't stop James Fox from using this in his shitty documentary. And remember, this authenticity of this video has been confirmed. The authenticity of this video has been confirmed. So we'll put our fair use banner. This is transformative work. We're educating the public. That's why we're sharing this. We're going to be critiquing the video and talking about it. So here's the video. Going to go by very quickly. So the airplane turns into it. And later, the pilot admitted when they first saw the object was stationary. They turned towards it to investigate what it was and then started filming. Okay, so they flew by. Let's do it one more time so you can see. Oh, seems very impressive, right? Seems impressive when you first look at it. But then you find out that it's not impressive at all. And the reason it is not impressive is because it's a balloon. That's a balloon, friends. And this has been confirmed by multiple, I would call them professional debunkers like Mick West and others, that what we're seeing in that is somebody turning towards a balloon that's more or less stationary or moving with the current wind speed. It's not going a tremendous amount of speed, but it looks like it's flying by that helicopter, flying by the airplane super fast. No, the airplane was going several hundred knots when it flew by a more or less stationary balloon. So what we know is that James Fox's best evidence for alien spaceships visiting Earth and there being a secret program to investigate alien spaceships visiting Earth, even collect up the debris of some of these alien spaceships that crash. But his best evidence of aliens visiting Earth was right there. And it's a fucking balloon, James Fox. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh no! James Fox, that's your best evidence? A Groku balloon is your best evidence of alien visitation on Earth? You know, and this is where I almost feel sorry for him, but not really. Um, yeah, Fat Chick Thriller, another one for the goal. Australian 799 says, source, I made it up. Yeah, absolutely. Source, I made it up. That's pretty good. Yes. It's a Star. Yeah, Fat Chick Thriller. It's a Star Wars balloon. That's what James Fox's greatest evidence in this documentary is. So, by all means, if you want to waste your money to see a Star Wars balloon fly by a private airplane and believe that that's an alien spaceship, you know, this is funny. Okay, well, prove to me it's an alien spaceship. It's not even close. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. Somebody even zoomed in and you could see a UPC code on that thing. Tell me it's not even close. It's not even close. Suffer, it's more than close. It's an almost exact match, right? Yes, is the balloon from Earth? I didn't know that. Wow, this is news to me. According to Marcus Mendel, there was a Brazilian porn star in the previous documentary that James Fox is smashing. Really? Well, good for him. Everybody should smash a porn star at least once, but make sure you cover it up because they got some diseases usually. You know, it's very high risk sex if you're going to bang a porn star. Uh, yeah, and so, you know, I truly believe that this is a Mylar balloon, and so do a great deal of other experts that looked at it. Now, can I prove this is exactly the Groku balloon? No, but other people have found manta balloons that bear a striking resemblance to this object as well. And you know, the burden of proof is really not on me, but the true believers love to argue. Like, oh, come on, you seen it in the live chat? That's not even close, Stephen. It's not even close. I'm afraid it's close. I'm afraid it's close. Judge Stephen has spoken. Okay? This is a Mylar balloon. Whether we nailed the exact Mylar balloon it is or not, I don't care. And by the way, somebody sort of did some trigonometry and size comparisons, and the size of this Groku balloon seems to be consistent with the size of the object flying by. And one might ask themselves, would aliens really be traveling in a 22-inch diameter spaceship? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. So there's his greatest evidence. His greatest evidence in his whole documentary is a goddamn Mylar balloon, right? Yes. And Fat Chick Thriller says, look at it bending inward from the wind, LMFO. Yeah. LMAO. Sorry. Yeah. You know, look, these guys don't got much to work with, right? Yes. And I've issued a most righteous proclamation. That's a balloon. And if James Fox can prove it's not a balloon, you know, come on my show. Prove to me it's not a balloon, James Fox. But he can't, and he won't. And that's why he blocks everybody that's not a wackadoo out of his echo chamber, because he cannot withstand debate. He cannot withstand debate at all. None at all. All right. And I'm gonna be petty here, but I'm gonna make another argument. this is a big budget movie or documentary. James Fox has got good budgets, right? This whole documentary was sprinkled with the worst, I think, AI graphics that I've ever seen. This is actually from the documentary. It's really kind of a problem, right? Yes, and Frank Pero is right. Frank says they are really starting to get sloppy with these hoaxes. They've always been sloppy with these hoaxes, but now there's a few more people paying attention, right? So I have a note here in my notes. Terrible production I would be embarrassed of. Like, listen, I'm not a professional filmmaker like James Fox. I'm just a YouTuber. But if I ever put out a video with these level of shitty graphics from some looks like not even first generation AI image generator, I would be embarrassed. And does anybody know? Did he crowdsource this one, or I don't know? Yes, but it was a balloon of an alien. Stephen can't be proven wrong. Stephen, Truth Seekers felt it. Yeah, it was a balloon of an alien, Grogu from Star Wars, right? So maybe I'm petty, but I would think if you're a professional filmmaker, you wouldn't use images this shitty in your video. It looks like the AHA video somebody said. Yeah, and that's like what, 40 years old, right? It's like 40-year-old level graphics. It's so bad. Okay, but now on to our main event for tonight is really going to be my explanation of these nut jobs that he has in his documentary. All right, I've got the slideshow here. All right, so the biggest problem that I have with James Fox's latest money grab of nonsense is the cast of characters. So how can I best explain this? If you're brand new to the subject of aliens and UFOs and you don't know better, this may come across as believable story because he's got people that can go on camera and say, I'm a former government scientist. He's got people that can go on camera and say, I'm a former Air Force intelligence officer. He's got people that can go on camera and say, I wrote an article for the New York Times. He's got all these people that, with the lie by omission, they seem credible. But tonight, we're going to take away James Fox's ability to use the lie by omission. We're going to peel back the layers of deception that he uses with this wackadoo cast. And then we're going to show you why nobody should believe a single word any of these people say. Okay? That's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to do it. Because this is the most deceptive documentary I've ever seen created, UFOs or otherwise. Because James Fox well knows all of the things I'm about to tell you, but I believe he can't tell you the truth. Like, listen, a real documentary filmmaker, if you're using a controversial source or figure, they'll give you their history and let the viewer decide. But James Fox, because he's a true believing idiot and a loser, he has to go, it's all aliens. It's definitely non-human intelligence. It's aliens visiting Earth. He can't do it any other way. So he can't give you the other half. Oh, God, you got to be kidding me. So we'll start with Hal Putoff, one of my favorite wackadoos. But before we do, James Fox should release it for free and ask for donations for help for the production, make it seem more legitimate. Yeah, but if you take out all the shitty parts, there will be nothing left. Right? There will be nothing left. Fat Chick Thriller with another one towards the goal. Shut it down. Stephen has been blown out. Don't believe this balloon is an alien spacecrafty. Where's your ethics, Steve? Yeah. Thank you, Fat Chick Thriller. All right, let's start with this guy. Okay. So Hal Putoff is a complete and total wackadoo who also happened to, yes, work for the CIA on government projects, secret government projects, like trying to develop psychic spies. He really did do that. But if you've ever seen that movie, The Men Who Stare at Goats, he was one of the wackadoos that worked on that project to develop sort of psychic super soldiers, right? And psychic spies. And Hal Putoff is also a high-ranking Scientologist who, in a Scientology magazine claimed that he got superpowers from his study of Scientology. I'm going to say that again. Hal Putoff claims he has superpowers that he got from being a high-ranking Scientology member. Both he and his wife were high-ranking Scientology members, the highest levels of Scientology he went to, which means he believes in Xanadu and the body thetans and that we're all thrown in volcanoes and blown up. He believes all of that wackadoo shit. So should we really believe him when he talks about aliens in possession of the United States government or alien spaceships that the United States government possesses? Also, Hal Putoff wasted, I believe it's millions of dollars of government money doing research into psychics. And at the end of wasting all of that money, Hal Putoff declared that Uri Geller and others had genuine psychic powers. But it turns out that Uri Geller and the other psychics that he was supposed to be studying were actually fooling him with, wait for it, children's magic tricks. Uri Geller admitted at an International Brotherhood of Magicians conference that when he was studied by scientists, he fooled them using children's magic tricks. Uri Geller then, at a low point in his career, went on to sell a very expensive course teaching everybody else how to do his so-called psychic feats, if you were a magician, with magic tricks. So, in other words, Hal Putoff took a whole lot of funding from the CIA and the government, and then he studied people that claimed that they had psychic superpowers. He declared they really did have real psychic superpowers, but it turns out they were using magic tricks. Hal Putoff was also part of TTSA, which has been described as a techno scam, which defrauded the public out of millions of dollars, never did anything that they promised, and nobody knows what happened to all that money. He's also been involved in anti-gravity scams, like Joe McMoneagle's anti-gravity situation. He's also was a part of the $22 million OSAP program, which many people believe defrauded the American taxpayers out of $22 million to study, get this, werewolves, poltergeists, demons, dino beavers. What's a dino beaver? Apparently it's a prehistoric beaver. It's a cross between a dinosaur and a beaver. I don't know. Shape-shifting skinwalkers, hitchhikers that follow you home and haunt your house, werewolves, and more. That's right. He took $22 million, and that's what they did with the money. So knowing that this guy has been involved in all of these wackadoo things, would you really believe him when he says the government is in possession of alien bodies and alien spaceships? But he really didn't say that. In fact, his function in the movie seemed to be for James Fox to ask him, if everybody knew what you knew, would things be different? Oh, I can't tell you. So what is he even in the documentary for if he can't talk about? They did the game. Oh, I know the secrets of the aliens and the alien spaceships, but because it's all top secret and classified, I can't tell you. Oh, come on, man. This guy has been involved in more wackadoo shit than almost anybody in this cast. But James Fox does the lie by omission. He leaves out all the things I just told you because he knows if you knew that this wackadoo declared that somebody had psychic superpowers but was really just fooled by magic tricks, if you knew that this wackadoo was in Scientology and claimed he got superpowers himself, if you knew that this wackadoo was involved in anti-gravity scams and techno investment scams in the form of TTSA, would you really believe him? If you knew that he helped waste $22 million of the government's money to study werewolves and dino beavers at Skinwalker Ranch and poltergeists, would you really believe him about anything he has to say about the government having alien spaceships? Of course not. And a reporter from the New York Post, Stephen Greenstreet, says that there's this core group of true believers that have been promoting all this shit forever. Hal Putoff is always at the core of that, and here's another member of that so-called spooky gang. This is Eric Davis, my favorite science wackadoo. And Eric Davis worked for Hal Putoff. He's his lead science advisor. Well, maybe he could have used you, Eric Davis, when he was telling people that this guy's got superpowers, but it turns out he was using magic tricks. Eric Davis's work has been called crackpot research by the United States Air Force. And he's one of the people that wasted the government's money. And what did we get for it? He wrote a paper in which Einstein was waving, I'm sorry, I don't have the graphic, to Barney the dinosaur through a fucking portal. This guy is a bigger wackadoo than Hal Putoff. And so this guy was also a consultant, I believe, to the TTSA techno scam that collected millions of dollars and never actually delivered anything. Eric Davis is also the originator of these hoax notes, which were heavily featured in James Fox documentary called the Wilson Davis Notes. Just one problem, the person that he describes meeting says those notes are a work of fiction. But don't worry, there's an out that they put in the notes. If you tell anybody about this, I'll deny it. So these guys are basically calling a decorated Navy admiral a complete and total liar, because this clown claims he met with them and heard all about these alien crash retrieval programs, but he refuses to talk about it publicly. Very convenient. It's only recently he confirmed that he even wrote the notes. And by the way, there's no proof they came from Edgar Mitchell's estate. These guys have been grifting off of these fake notes, which conveniently confirm that the aliens have crash retrieval the United States government has a crash retrieval program. They've recovered intact spacecraft, even one that can fly. They may have recovered bodies, right? It just confirms everything the UFO true believers say. But the notes are basically worthless, because the person that this wackadoo claims he met, which was Admiral Tom Wilson, says that those notes are a work of fiction and that meeting described in the notes never took place. So here's another of the wacky cast of characters in this James Fox latest documentary that kind of proves that these people aren't credible people. James Fox thinks that he's hitting home runs here because all the UFO people know these people, but only the true believers believe him. Any serious researcher would instantly discount Hal Putoff as a wackadoo and Eric Davis as a complete and total wackadoo, because these guys have been promoting and telling these stories that the government has aliens and alien spaceships for decades now. And they've never provided a single shred of proof of any of that. Isn't that relevant? You've been talking about this for decades and you can't show us any proof of this shit? Yeah. So another wackadoo in James Fox cast of wackadoo characters. And this is from 4 years ago concerning Eric Davis. Former consultant to the Pentagon's UFO program, Eric W. Davis, said he told the Defense Department about the retrieval of materials of an undetermined origin, saying, "We couldn't make it ourselves." And this is from 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, Eric Davis said, well, I told the Defense Department we got some alien crash materials and it could have been made on Earth. It was made not by human hands. Okay, well, let's see it. Oh, I can't show it to you. It's secret. Well, can you show us the lab results that say it was made by alien? Oh, no, I can't show you that shit. No. Oh, no. But look at the headline. UFO scientist, off-world vehicles found. And everybody clickbaited and engagement farmed this shit forever. For years. People are still clickbaiting and engagement farming off of what this wackadoo Eric Davis said. And it's been 5 years. What evidence has he shown to confirm this statement? UFO scientists, off-world vehicles found. Well, really? Can we see the off-world vehicles? No, I can't show it to you, right? An astrophysicist and former consultant to the Pentagon's UFO program recently, he was part of the Pentagon UFO program that wasted $22 million studying dino beavers, poltergeists. And by the way, Eric Davis also claimed that poltergeists followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch and haunted him in his house, right? Recently disclosed to U.S. government officials that off-world vehicles not made on this earth had been retrieved. So what we have here is somebody that's willing to make big claims in the form of Eric Davis. 5 years ago, he claimed that we had alien spaceships. Hey, Eric Davis, show us the spaceship, bitch. Come on, bitch, show me a spaceship. Just show me one spaceship. He said that they've recovered multiple off-world vehicles. Just show me one spaceship, Eric Davis. Eric Davis is a clout-chasing, lying scumbag who is basically a loser nerd that nobody ever paid attention to. But suddenly he starts talking about aliens and the whole world is repeating what he said. The problem is his claims, all of them are evidence-free claims. In other words, stories. That's all James Fox has is wackadoos telling stories that never come through with the evidence. And this is an often repeated pattern that you're going to see repeated over and over and over and over again in the UFO community. All you get is stories. You never get the proof they all promise. Matthew A. with a kind and generous $2.99. James Fox is awfully quiet about Jason Sands. He actually did say some stuff, and we've got it all for you. We're going to share it tonight. On Richard Dolan's show, he talked about it. Of course, Richard Dolan's trying to cash in on this. He's another wackadoo. Him and his wife are selling people superpowers for $59. Yeah, let's go. I'm going to check in on the goal. I haven't checked in. I don't know where we're at. For those unaware, we're trying to hit a goal of 50 super chats of teal level. That's $5 each or more. So if you throw a super chat of $5 each, that will head towards the goal. All right, we're at 11 of 50. Let's go. We need a lot more. But I'm confident. I feel good. I think we can hit the goal tonight. And I think we're going to do it. And thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, P18. Another one towards the goal. Let's go, friends. We need 39 more, I guess. Yeah, but we're going to continue with our presentation. I've got lots more to share with you. So that's the second wackadoo. Now, remember, again, I'm going to ask you the question. If you knew that this guy had been claiming the government has alien spaceships for 5 or more years, if you knew he wrote some notes accusing a vice admiral or an admiral, a decorated Navy admiral, of lying about alien spaceships in the possession of the government. And by the way, that whole story was started on a fake document by Dr. Stephen Greer. And I suddenly realized, remember earlier when I showed you the Star Wars balloon? Everybody clickbaited that story and said, this footage has been authenticated. Do you know who authenticated the footage? Jaime Maussan. And if you're not familiar with Jaime Maussan, just search for Mexican mummy aliens and you'll know who Jaime Maussan is. He's the biggest alien scammer on planet Earth. So in order to add legitimacy, I guess, to that footage, they added the line, this footage has been authenticated. It was authenticated by a UFO hoaxer scammer. Let's go, friends. All right, back to our slideshow here. All right. So if you knew that this guy was writing fake notes about having meetings with admirals that never took place, if you knew that this guy was claiming that poltergeists and space ghosts followed him home from Skinwalker Ranch, if you knew that this guy wasted $22 million of taxpayer money studying werewolves, dino beavers, poltergeists, shape-shifting monsters, portals, aliens, and spaceships at Skinwalker Ranch, if you knew that this guy for years and years have been claiming the government has alien spaceships, and I can confirm it, but he won't show us any evidence. By the way, he hasn't shown us any evidence of paranormal activity at Skinwalker Ranch, though he made all those claims. He hasn't showed us any evidence of alien spaceships in the possession of the government. Zero. None. If you knew all that, would you care what he had to say in this documentary? Of course not. But James Fox is hoping you'll never find out that this guy is a complete and total wackadoo. He hopes you will never find out that Eric Davis said all those things and has been basically a wackadoo making wacky claims for a decade now. He's never proven shit. Show me a spaceship, Eric Davis. Come on. Show me a spaceship. And what kind of a wackadoo walks into members of Congress and says that shit but has no evidence? And come on, it's been 5 years. Do you really think if he showed evidence of aliens real alien spaceships, alien visitation on Earth to senators and congressmen, that shit wouldn't have leaked out by now? Of course it would have. He has no evidence, and he works for one of the biggest UFO nutbags on Earth, Hal Putoff, and he has for years. It's the same core group of nut jobs. And this dude, James Fox, is including lots of those wackadoos in his documentary. Now we're on to the next wackadoo. Christopher Mellon. Oh, Christopher Mellon's one of my favorite wackadoos because he's from the Mellon banking family. And listen, I get it. This dude's got more money than God. Maybe he's bored. So aliens and UFOs became his thing. But while he worked for the Defense Department, he said that he looked into everything and he found no evidence of extraterrestrial life or extraterrestrial activity visiting Earth. Fast forward a few years later, and he's running a techno scam, alleged techno scam, along with Hal Putoff and Lou Elizondo and others called To the Stars Academy, which allegedly defrauded investors out of millions of dollars. And that group claimed that they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. And then they never did. They also claimed or strongly implied that they were in possession of alien spaceship parts. And everybody should invest money in their company, and they're going to get these parts scientifically evaluated, and they're going to show us the proof of alien visitation on Earth. But it turns out that those parts were from a missile casing from the 1950s, and they were made on Earth. They were normal, ordinary space trash. And Christopher Mellon, Hal Putoff, Christopher Mellon, Hal Putoff, Lou Elizondo, and all of the other idiots that collected millions of dollars from the public, largely UFO fans and people in the UFO community got defrauded by that alleged scam. They never gave the money back. They never proved anything. They never did anything that they were going to say, which they never did anything they promised, which to most people, anybody reasonable, I would think, would be considered a form of consumer fraud. But to this day, nobody's been prosecuted, and nobody knows what happened to the millions and millions of dollars that they collected. Nobody knows how much this guy got, or Hal Putoff got, or how much Tom DeLonge got. And it gets better, though, because this guy is presented as a former Defense Department official, which, again, on the surface, this seems like this may be credible, right? Like, well, this is a credible guy, and he's interested in this, right? He's saying that the government may have aliens or, whatever. There's this program to recover alien spaceships, alien crash retrievals, right? But there's a problem. And that problem is, oh no, I lost one of my, let me see if I can find it. 1 second. So during the TTSA phase, this person, Christopher Mellon, he stood in front of Mylar balloons claiming that they were extraordinary craft. Oh, I got it. All right. Thank you, the average Chris. All right. We're going to share this tab instead. So again, James Fox doesn't tell you all of this stuff. He doesn't tell you that Christopher Mellon was involved in what has been described as a techno scam in the form of TTSA that collected millions of dollars from consumers, never did anything they promised. But here, this dumbass is standing in front of a picture. And you know what that is? That's a balloon, friends. It's a number one balloon. You ever go to a child's birthday party where they're turning 1 year old, a baby's turning 1 year old? That is verifiably 100%. It's been proven over and over and over again. A number one Mylar helium balloon. But listen to what this clown says while he's doing a presentation, standing up in front of this picture of a Mylar balloon.
Bear in mind that naval aviators are the finest observers possible. All have top secret clearances, all are drug tested, are ardent patriots, have excellent vision, and understand aeronautics and aviation. Clearly, this is not an experimental U.S. aircraft.
Yeah, clearly not, because it's a balloon, you dumbass. It's a balloon. Again with the balloons. Remember earlier in tonight's presentation when I showed you the Star Wars balloon? These UFO profiteering hucksters love balloons. And if you're dumb enough to believe this is an alien spacecraft, I got a bridge to sell you and some oceanfront property in Arizona, of course.
But whose is it? How did it accomplish these feats? This story may sound like a sci-fi movie, but it is a true story. And far from being...
Looks kind of like a dick and balls, too, which I think is appropriate that this dude's standing next to a picture of a dick and balls, right? He looks like a dick and balls kind of a guy. I'm just going to put that out there. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. He looks like he hits for the other team, all right? It's my opinion. I'm allowed to have one.
The only one of its kind. I've met with one of the pilots and confirmed the account, as have other members of the To the Stars Academy team. But the real beauty of this story is that you don't have to take my word for it, or even that of the Navy officer who described these events in an article you can find on the web by...
All these guys. There's Hal Putoff up on the screen. There's Lou Elizondo. How much money did they make? How much money did you guys get from the millions of dollars that was collected from the public for To the Stars Academy? How much money did you get, Christopher Mellon? Don't you got enough money, Mellon banking family and all? And by the way, if I was a member of the Mellon banking family and I was friends in what would later techno scam, investors all got defrauded out of their millions of money that they invested, I would think if I was a member of the Mellon banking family, I'd have plenty of money to just give everybody refunds. But to this day, to my knowledge, nobody's been given refunds. You can't. It's unrefundable, right? But this is where we're at, friends, and this is where we find ourselves. And this is the level of wackadoo lunatics that James Fox is using for witnesses in his movies, right? And if you don't know the history of these people, and most people, let's be clear, most people don't know their history. You might think that this is a credible story that James Fox is telling, but you would be wrong, because these wackadoos always get caught selling completely and totally fake shit as something extraordinary. He basically says, we don't know what this is. Yes, we do. It's a #1 balloon. And we know the person who captured it. He's come forward. Multiple people have confirmed that this image you're showing as some extraordinary craft is a #1 party Mylar balloon.
Searching on Nimitz, UFOs, 2004, there I was. Better yet, the U.S. government itself can verify the events. Bear in mind...
Yeah, but they have nothing to do with the Mylar #1 balloon. So what we find out is that another person in James Fox documentary is a complete and total wackadoo. Are we noticing a theme yet, my friends? My friends, are we noticing a theme? Have we noticed a theme? But it gets better, because James Fox depicts this guy as a very serious person, right? Oh, he's super serious. You know, he was former Defense Department official. Yeah, he got there because of his name. And by the way, his son is working for the government too. And a lot of people are accusing him of only getting his government job because of nepotism or whatever. I don't know if that's true, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, can you read my deadpan? It was a Mylar balloon of an alien, though. Just admit he's right, and it's an alien. Okay, it's definitely an alien, but it's an alien balloon. So, Fat Chick Thriller with a kind and generous $7.99. Well, 'tis the season to be joke, to be broke. Fat Chick Thriller says, smells pretty broke in chat. Let's hit the goal. Thank you. That's another one for the goal. That's another one for the goal. Praise the cash and bless the goal, friends. Let's go. Let's get some super chats and let's get to overtime tonight. Another one from Fat Chick Thriller for the goal. It's pretty much an all-star lineup of grifting experts back in their glory. Yes, absolutely. And here's another one from Cave Teeth towards the goal. Better take notes for your grift arc, Steve. Yes, I am definitely taking notes for Grift Month. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Praise the cash. Let's hit the goal. Let's go. Let's get some more subs. I've got more to share with you. Now, back to Christopher Mellon. He's depicted in James Fox documentary as a super serious Defense Department official. No, he's not. This guy goes to UFO conventions and hangs out with wackadoos. But not only does he hang out with wackadoos, oh, here's where the story gets really funny, friends. Here's where the story gets funny. So Christopher Mellon got caught. He got caught hanging out at a UFO convention with this girl who we've covered here before. Her name is Marina Sarin. And though you can't tell from the picture, Marina Sarin is an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating Nazi. And when I say she's a Jew-hating Nazi, I mean it. Marina Sarin dresses up as a Nazi girl. She used to have an OnlyFans where she would dress up in sexy Nazi girl uniforms. And then, oh, it gets better. It gets better. Let's see if we can't find some images of her in her Nazi regalia. It's been a while since I covered her. And I think she's, oh no, look at that. She's trying to sanitize the Nazi-ness out of her profiles and stuff, right? 1 second. Let me see if they're still, she used to have an Instagram. But in any case, Marina Sarin is on the record giving interviews. Oh yeah, let's share this tab instead for the benefit of the male audience. But don't get too excited because this girl is a scumbag. Oh, look. Oh, there's one of the Nazi outfits. Oh, there's one of the Nazi outfits. She's wearing a real Nazi outfit here. And she's on the record talking about the good Nazis, right? The good Nazis. She claims that she's a reincarnated Nazi super soldier and also a real, yeah, here she is again in the Nazi outfit. Great. So Christopher Mellon is hanging out with a Nazi girl who had an OnlyFans. Oh, yeah, she got rid of most of the Nazi stuff because we exposed her here as being an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating Nazi. And when I say she's an anti-Semitic, Jew-hating Nazi, I mean it. Oh, here she is in another Nazi outfit. So this guy that James Fox is depicting as a super serious Defense Department official he's hanging out at UFO conventions with this Nazi girl. But it gets better. This Nazi girl used to have an OnlyFans where you could pay her $5 to dildo herself while screaming your name. I'm going to say that one more time. She had an OnlyFans account where she would dildo herself while screaming out your name, right? How is that for ridiculous? But it gets better. So Christopher Mellon is hanging out with a girl who's on the record saying that she's a reincarnated Nazi girl, a reincarnated Nazi general even. It's kind of crazy, but it is what it is, right? So what are you going to do? So if you knew that this guy in James Fox's documentary is hanging out with a girl who will dildo herself for $40 and call out your name, who's also on the record talking about the good Nazis. She was a member of the good Nazis, not those bad Nazis that exterminated all those Jewish people. No, she was a good Nazi. And I don't even remember. What did I write here? Nothing says credibility like taking selfies with a known Holocaust denier and good Nazi promoter, Marina Sarin, at a UFO conference. Christopher Mellon is an idiot. He stood up in front of fake party balloons and lied too. TTSA Technoscam member, a proven liar. This is another of the cast of characters in James Fox's The Program. So again, are we seeing a theme here? He puts together this video like, oh, these are all super credible people and they worked for the government. Just because they work for the government doesn't mean they're credible. This guy stood up in front of party balloons saying it was an extraordinary craft. He's hanging out with girls that dildo themselves for $40 and call your name. This is not a credible source of information, and we'll leave it at that. I, Judge Stephen, declare that this person is another wackadoo. So what are we up to? We're up to 3 complete and total wackadoos that James Fox has put into his documentary to supposedly prove there's a government program. Okay, now we go to Gary Nolan. Oh, Gary Nolan, you nutter. Gary Nolan is another one of my favorite nutters. This guy works for Stanford University. and has an organization that is, what is it, the Soul Foundation, right? Yeah, he has a foundation called the Soul Foundation. Oh, there's another one. Your live stream ramps are awesome. Praise the cash, says Blasty. Pow, pow. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much appreciated. God bless the goal, friends. We're edging over there. $4.99 from Sunlover 5000. Another one for the goal. Praise the cash. And Fat Chick Thriller, another one towards the goal. Going to need that OnlyFans link there, buddy. I think she took the OnlyFans down after we reported on it, but not before. I'm told that many of my audience went over there, and I'm not an OnlyFans fan. Like, I have a wife that wouldn't like me giving any lady money to see their, junk. God bless the goal. Can we hit it? Ask Hardnose. I don't know. I think that we can, though. I think we can. I'm going to check in with the goal real quickly. For those unaware, we have a goal every day. And if we hit the goal, we go to overtime. And we have 18 of 50, almost halfway there. Yeah, 'tis the season to be broke. I feel it, friends. So, oh God, it's the Nolan. Yes. So Gary Nolan is a person who essentially sells, he does work for Stanford University, but his degree has nothing to do with material science, yet somehow he's always involved with material science stuff when it comes to aliens, which I don't understand, but it is what it is. And I'm trying to see if I have it. I thought I have there is a video of one of the things that he has been involved in, but I don't think I have the video, so we'll just describe it for you. Okay, so essentially, oh no, here it is. Let me get that. Yeah. So he's been involved, this person, Gary Nolan, has been involved in a bunch of scammy, shady stuff. Like one time, he did a documentary with Ross Coulthart in which they claimed that they had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by this man. And then they cut to a shot of Michio Kaku. And then this is years ago. And then Gary Nolan was supposed to use all of the equipment and labs and resources of Stanford University to confirm that they had alien technology. But what they had was a ball valve, an industrial ball valve, basically a big metal ball. So Gary Nolan basically sells the credibility of Stanford University. And we caught him. Apparently, according to Stanford's codes of ethics, he's not allowed to use the university labs, equipment, and personnel to personally profit. Yet he's involved in all these UFO for-profit things. We asked him to answer questions about that, and he refused to in email. He did send me a nasty letter back saying, I'm not going to help you foment conspiracy theories about me. It's not a conspiracy theory. Gary Nolan is a UFO profiteering whore scumbag. There, I said it. And he's about as credible as a crackhead. But again, James Fox puts him in the documentary and just says Stanford research scientist and professor who has a lab at Stanford University. It sounds impressive until you know that Gary Nolan has been involved in multiple documentary projects that basically defrauded the public out of money or at least their attention and never delivered on evidence. And here, oh no, that's the wrong bumper. So whatever, we're just going to have to go without the bumper. This new software is kicking my ass sometimes, friends. All right, so essentially, Gary Nolan has been involved with Stephen Greer, who's a big grifter. He's been involved in this stuff with Ross Coulthart, right? And I do have one. The ball saving story. This one's fair use. So here we see him in a documentary, and we just made a funny parody out of it. We see him in front of the Stanford University equipment. By the way, he could get the ball shavings analysis in 20 minutes. He never did it. You know why? Because they did not have conclusive proof of alien technology. They had no proof of alien technology.
I got scrapings off Jim's wall. 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 scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall. I got scrapings off Jim's wall, Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
They get the views from the UFO fairy tales and the UFO fairy tale huckstering.
Scrapings off Jim's wall.
This UFO circle jerk. 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 This... Okay, well, I have made my point. So, he's also was involved with this Atacama humanoid. And to his credit, he did eventually do some kind of lab analysis with some friends that are scientists and determine that that was just a normal, earthly, ordinary fetus. But he let Stephen Greer grift millions of dollars off of the public. Why couldn't he come up with that analysis before they made a documentary that defrauded the American public out of millions of dollars, thinking that might be an alien? There's always some excuse. There's always some reason behind it. He also has a lot of wacky claims, like the CIA came to him. Tell us what member of the CIA, what name came to you and asked you for help analyzing stuff. And why would the CIA go to an immunologist to analyze metal fragments that supposedly came from an alien spaceship? None of this makes any sense. Gary Nolan is as credible as a crackhead. And even though he's a Stanford research scientist, he's a complete and total wackadoo. And to his credit, as far as I'm aware, he's done good work in cancer research and immunology. But that doesn't make him an expert on anything alien. But somehow his whole life revolves around aliens. And oh, by the way, aliens came and abducted him when he was a child, or he saw aliens in his bedroom, little grays, right? And so James Fox leaves all of what I'm telling you out. The fact that he's been involved in literal schemes and scams to defraud the public with fake alien stories multiple times, left out of James Fox documentary. The fact that he may have unethically promised to use Stanford Research University labs and equipment to do analysis on an alien ball and then never did. By the way, it's been 3 or 4 years. Where is the metal shavings analysis? After all, this clown and Ross Coulthart, Australia's disgraced journalist, that's an alien grifter huckster, claimed that they had conclusive proof of alien technology in order to sell a documentary. They didn't have shit. They didn't have no evidence. They had no proof. And in fact, the deceptive tactics and editing that they did to get people to click on it was so bad, they took the documentary off of YouTube. But I still have it. And it's a laugh riot of deceptive editing and deceptive tactics used to sell an evidence-free fake story about aliens. What it turned out to be? A ball valve. A ball valve that some old hippie who worked for some band, I think it was like the Allman Brothers or something, he was a roadie for. Some old hippie did too much acid and thought he had an alien space probe. And this clown and Ross Coulthart cashed in on that. They said they had conclusive proof of alien technology. They never proved that they had any proof of anything. And yet here we are. So again, if you knew all of this about this guy, and he was in a documentary saying the government has aliens and alien technology and they're hiding it from us, would you believe him? Or would you say, this guy is a wackadoo? I know how I feel about it. So what are we up to? I think that's 4. We're up to 4 wackadoos now so far in James Fox's The Program, right? Oh, Leslie Kean. Oh, so Leslie Kean is the person who wrote an abysmally bad, unfact-checked, unresearched article in the New York Times in 2017. She basically just believed what people told her. She got the entire story wrong. The entire 2017 New York Times article is completely and totally factually in error. She got the whole story wrong. She later admitted that she left out parts of the story because they wouldn't be considered credible. She was also behind the Dave Grush thing, right? The Dave Grush thing was another one. It's been how many days since Dave Grush came out? She was one of the people that brought Dave Grush out, right? And Dave Grush has never provided any evidence of his claims. But Dave Grush was heavily featured in James Fox documentary. It's been 565 days since Dave Grush made his claims that the United States government is in possession of alien bodies, alien spacecraft, and more. She sold that story. She also sold the Lou Elizondo story. And she said that Lou Elizondo ran a secret Pentagon program that was funded with $22 million. And he was the director of this thing called ATIP. Years go by. It took years to bust the story. And then we find out that the story she sold us in the New York Times in 2017 was completely and totally fake. Lou Elizondo never ran a Pentagon UFO program. He was never the director of any Pentagon UFO program. In essence, Lou Elizondo looked up UFO shit on government computers in his spare time. It was a hobby. It wasn't funded. He didn't have $22 million program. He didn't have any employees. He wasn't the director. And I'm here to tell you, in Leslie Kean's article, she said he was the director of a multi-million dollar UFO program. Turns out that was all fake. She's so disgraced, she's never going to be allowed to write an article in the New York Times again, because that article was so filled with factual errors, inaccuracies, half-truths, unfact-checked items, unresearched items. And essentially, Leslie Kean is a complete and total wackadoo. She believes in all kinds of wacky things, past lives, mediums. She believes that psychics can talk to your dead grandmom. She believes in remote viewing, psychic powers, all of that shit. And so she has been heavily involved in grifting off of UFOs and aliens for decades. She's another person in James Fox documentary. Now, if you knew that she wrote an article in the New York Times that was so bad she could never write an article in the New York Times ever again, would you believe anything she has to say? After all, she got the Lou Elizondo and ATIP and OSAP story 100% factually wrong. It was abysmal how wrong she got that story. But it fit her narrative that the government has a secret program to study the aliens and the UFOs. And we fast forward to how many years since 2017? And now Lou Elizondo is telling people that he has superpowers. You notice a theme? All these wackadoos love pretending they have superpowers. It's like one big live action role play. But Leslie Kean admitted that she left things out of the Grush story because they were too sensational and she wanted the story to be taken seriously. She's not a journalist. She's a propagandist. She's not a journalist. She is a UFO alien activist who firmly believes all this stuff, and she handcrafts stories to support her pre-existing beliefs and narratives. Now, knowing all this, why should we believe anything she says in this James Fox documentary? The truth is we shouldn't. We thank Mark Center with a kind and generous $9.99. Fox, Greer, the whole lot, horseshit. Yeah, I can't say that I disagree with you, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. That's another one towards the goal, and I will check in shortly with the goal. So now what are we up to? 5? There's 5 people that you should never believe anything they have to say so far. Bob Birkin says, calculating those factors. Yeah, see, the problem is that if all somebody has is their words and their story, then we have to bring their credibility into it. And if Leslie Kean is telling people that ectoplasm is real, ectoplasm and mediums is real. One second. Spirit knocking is real, according to her. So, it gets really crazy. Okay. So I'm just going to share my screen, share this. You see this? This is supposed to be real ghostly ectoplasm from spirit mediums. Spirit mediums could produce this stuff while in trances. Turns out to all be hoaxes. But Leslie Kean, whatever, she believes this is all real. And none of, so she's a promoter of parapsychology, paranormal bullshit. That's what she is. That's what she does. But Fox just presents her as like a credible journalist that broke this big story. And then in the documentary, this is how you know that James Fox is not on the level and that James Fox is a garbage peddling shit huckster. A real journalist, if they were going to include her, would tell the viewer that she got the entire New York Times article wrong. He didn't do that. You know why? Because he's a garbage peddling scumbag. That's why. And if he tells you the history of all these wackadoos in his documentary, you won't believe them. So he's got to leave. Think about all the stuff he left out of his documentary so far. We're an hour and 25 minutes in. I'm just getting started. Well, no, we're about halfway done, I think. All right. So we'll move on to the next contestant on James Fox Wackadoo Hour. So Leslie Kean is not credible. She was also, she lived with another UFO grifter that made their living selling stories about alien abduction. These are all people that make their career out of telling these alien stories. And Leslie Kean has been at this for decades, kind of like James Fox. What's her best evidence of alien visitation? Nothing. She's got nothing, just like James Fox. She's got stories, but no evidence. All right. Then we get to Mr. Graves, who is once again a person that is presented as credible by James Fox. And although he used to be a fighter pilot and I guess could be considered credible, he's turned total wackadoo. Did you know when they did that press conference and unveiled the Mexican aliens, he was there, right? Did you know that him and his organization, Americans for Safe Aerospace, are constantly misidentifying Starlink satellites as alien spaceships? You know, I get it. The guy's trying to make a living. I don't think he's had a real job since 2017. Since 2017, he's been cashing in on this alien hysteria. Now, I could be wrong, but he's always needs funding for it's a charity, I think, Americans for Safe Aerospace. And they're trying to get government funding to study UFOs. But while they're doing that, he's looking up in the sky and seeing satellites and claiming they're alien spaceships. He was also involved in that press conference where those alien mummies were unveiled by Jaime Maussan. And I'm here to tell you that nobody that's a credible person would ever do anything with Jaime Maussan. For those that don't know, he's Mexico's Stephen Greer. You know, he is like the biggest grifter in Mexico on alien and UFO stories. But Mr. Graves happily did an event with him because I guess he needs the money, because when you make your living off of UFO bullshit, you can't be too selective about who you work with. Everybody told him, you can't go work with Jaime Maussan. That's going to turn into a circus or a hoax. And boy, did it. I don't have anything personally against Mr. Graves, but considering that he is a UFO profiteer like all the rest, he's not credible when it comes to actual information. He never saw a UFO with his own eyes, though. You know, he's been making a living. He claims all these other people did, but he's never shown the receipts. You know, like he's got other witnesses, but he won't show us the receipts. It's really like this whole cast of characters that James Fox is using are just very problematic. So Mr. Graves, another wackadoo who sees alien spaceships when he looks up in the sky and sees a satellite. He's also misidentified other things I'm aware of. All right. Now we got Sarah Gamm. Oh, this one's going to be good, friends. So Sarah Gamm is again presented as a former government insider by James Fox. And again, he forgets to tell you that besides working for the UAP task force investigating UFOs, she's also got superpowers. She's a psychic medium, and she's got superpowers, and she can talk to your dead grandmother for $150. That's right. She is ripping off grieving families. She is a grief huckster. Or profiteer. She profits off of the terrible grief of people. You know how sometimes somebody loses a relative and they don't have that closure? Well, for $150, she'll talk to your dead grandmom for you. And I got to tell you that psychic mediums are the worst predators of guilt, the worst predators of regret, the worst predators of people in grief on planet Earth. The fact that she's so scummy, she would take $150 and pretend to talk to people's dead grandmothers. And by the way, I'll offer her $10,000 if she can verify that she spoke to either of my grandparents and tell me something that only they and I would know. She won't do that because she knows her superpowers are fake. So do you think James Fox, when presenting her, mentioned in his documentary that she's ripping off grieving families for $150 to talk to their dead relatives? Do you think that he mentioned that she remote views alien crashes with her psychic superpowers? Do you think he mentioned that she's a psychic intuitive healer or whatever other new age nonsense word salad she's come up with lately? Okay, no. He presents her as a serious government insider that investigated UFOs for the government, which may be true. But as we're starting to see, there's a lot of wacky people that work for the government. A lot of nutbags, wackadoos, and lunatics work for our government. But again, for James Fox to decide, he just decided, friends, he decided it's not relevant that this woman, Sarah Gamm, is stealing money from people to talk to their dead, to pretend to talk to their dead relatives for money. He didn't think that was relevant to mention. All she has in the documentary is her perceived credibility. But James Fox purposefully excluded from his documentary the fact that this crazy bitch says she has superpowers. The fact that this crazy bitch says that she can talk to your dead relatives. The fact that this crazy bitch says she remote views aliens and alien spaceships and alien worlds. He left all of that out. Because once you hear that, you know that she's as credible as a crackhead. She's a wackadoo crazy woman. And you shouldn't believe anything she has to say as a so-called government insider about aliens and UFOs. But this is the game. The game is lie by omission. That's how, look at all of this stuff so far that James Fox had to exclude from his documentary so that people would find the story believable. This, my friends, this is why James Fox will never agree to debate me. And God help him. God help him. God help him if I ever get to punk him and jump on a show he's on and get to debate him. Because every data point that I have presented tonight, James Fox is well aware of. It's all information that's out there in the UFO community. Anybody can look it up. Anybody can find it. But James Fox purposefully decided to leave all of this information out of his documentary. And he did that, my friends, on purpose. Because once you start seeing the wackadoo other stuff that these people talk about, you would never, ever, ever find these people credible. All right, so I have a video of her that we're going to share under fair use. And it's actually from Mick West. And Mick West says, a big question in ufology is if alien crash sites are real. Pentagon UFO analyst Sarah Gamm explains that there are because when watching UFO documentaries on Netflix, she can use her psychic abilities to feel the residual terror that the aliens felt when they crashed. Here's what she's saying, that she can psychically feel the aliens and their pain when she's watching Netflix documentaries. In other words, this woman is batshit crazy. Look, there I said it. James Fox wouldn't tell you because he needed her to appear credible in his documentary. But the real truth is, this woman is batshit crazy. Let's take a listen, friends. Fair use.
I could actually tap into residual energy in an area as well. So like if you watch, alien UFO movies right now, documentaries, I should say.
Okay.
If you watch the documentaries, I can actually see what the residual energy is of an area. So I was watching one the other day and it talked about a crash site and I could feel the beings terrified, like that crashed there. So I knew, I'm like, wow, these people aren't lying. That actually, I could feel the fear that's imprinted in the land.
Right.
She could psychically detect the aliens while she was watching a Netflix documentary, friends.
and the impact and everything. So hopefully one day we will Nirvana Day, and I'm gonna mark it within 2 years. This is gonna happen.
Within 2 years we'll have disclosure. Great. Mark your calendars.
And I'll be able to work with Phenom more often.
That'd be cool.
So, what we find out, friends, is that this woman is batshit crazy. This woman is batshit crazy. If she truly, by the way, she can talk to spirits, she can talk to ghosts, demons, angels, and your dead grandmother. She can talk to all of those things: angels, demons, your dead grandmother, spirits, dead spirits. And she can also feel the aliens while she's watching a Netflix documentary. In other words, James Fox used a complete and total wackadoo. But in his documentary, he presents her as credible. No serious researcher would take this woman or anything she has to say as credible. None. Only a UFO profiteering scumbag grifter like James Fox would take this woman as anything other than a batshit crazy, basically a batshit crazy, narcissistic. I don't know. She's a predator. She's a predator of people in grief. Anybody that takes money from somebody to talk to their dead grandparents that's upset over the death of their loved one, or any, mediums are the lowest form of scumbag in the paranormal world. They are the lowest of the low. They take your money and they pretend to talk to your dead relative, and anybody who does that is either batshit crazy or they're perpetrating consumer fraud, and they're a scumbag stealing money from very vulnerable people in grief. And I think if you know that this woman is a grifting scumbag taking money to talk to people's dead relatives, you wouldn't believe anything she has to say about aliens and UFOs, especially when you hear that she can feel the grief of aliens as they're crashing while she's watching a Netflix documentary, or she can talk to spirits or angels. It's stay in your lane. So in other words, this is another wackadoo, friends. All right. Now this brings us to our main event. New whistleblower. James Fox gambles on Jason Sands. And this is some time ago. And by the way, I knew at this time, I'd have to look up, it was more than a year ago that we covered this story, that this guy, Jason Sands, was going to be in James Fox documentary. And I laughed because I knew even at that time that Jason Sands was a complete and total wackadoo and a liar, because I had seen him on several small UFO channels as another name. So I knew that basically, or I believe, he was watching UFO shows, collecting data for his eventual coming out as a UFO whistleblower. And of course, he's all in trying to grift off the UFO community. There's GoFundMes, there's PayPal donation things for him, because he's having a hard time paying his bills. In other words, Jason Sands is a grifter. Get him, Steve? Suffer wackadoos? Yes, absolutely. And Fat Chick Thriller with another one. Oh, and I'm sorry. Thank you. I say a lot of stuff for Kind and Generous $4.99 super chat. And we've got Fat Chick Thriller with a Kind and Generous $7.99 super chat. Alien Spooge versus J Aliens, Bad German LARPing, OnlyFans, and now Ghost Ectoplasm. Steve Truth Seekers Hub coming soon. Yeah, we're going to do that. I think it's a good idea. And we thank Sith with a Kind and Generous $10. Just curious, at what point in time did the extraterrestrial and paranormal grifts converge? I think around the 1970s is when, the age of Aquarius and all this stuff, after the Summer of Love, I really do think that it started coming together. And also, it's hard to make a living just grifting on aliens. But if you could throw in New Age shit and superpowers and mediums and psychics and Atlantis in there, you might be able to make a better living because you have two audiences that you can merge into one. But thank you, Sith, for your kind and generous, your kindness and generosity. It is much, much appreciated. So when we get to Jason Sands, oh boy. All right. So first of all, Just give a general outline. Jason Sands claims that he was in a secret space program, and he did a 20 and back, just like Corey Good's story. Except, I guess he didn't know that Corey Good admitted under oath that his whole story was fake. So he borrows a story. Chris Dorner Respecter says, "Do you believe in any UFO stuff, or is it all fake?" I make that determination after I've done copious amounts of research. Some of it may be real, but I've yet to find a story that I truly believe is 100% real. Though I still hold on to Roswell, hoping that that might have been an alien spacecraft, because I can't really prove it wasn't to my satisfaction. I hope that helps. Thank you for your kindness. All right, so Jason Sands, even before the documentary came out, was telling stories like he was in a secret space program. He did the 20 and back and time traveled. They abducted him from his home, and he saw blue aliens. That's all stolen directly from Corey Good. And Corey Good admitted under oath in court that he made all those stories up. So what's happening here? Is it just a coincidence that Jason Sands starts telling stories almost exact to Corey Good's original stories, but his are real, but Corey Good admits under oath he made those stories up? Oh, I guess he didn't copy those stories because his stories are real and Corey Good just made up his stories. Great. But it gets better because he starts saying that he murdered an alien. I'm not making this shit up. He said he murdered an alien. All right, I'm going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. I just can't believe this. So, and this is what you should know. The only thing new that wasn't rehashed same old shit from his old movies, the only thing new in this entire documentary is Jason Sands. Oh, you know what? Let's do the other one first. I apologize, friends. We're gonna hear his story from the documentary first. And the story from the documentary, I don't know, it seems vaguely believable, right? And by the way, James Fox, this is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we're critiquing the video that we are sharing. I've won every false copyright claim. This is fair use. Sometimes these people get really pissed at me for what I'm doing, revealing the grift, and they falsely copyright claim me. I'm just warning you, Mr. Fox. I have lawyer letters standing by, and if you falsely copyright claim me, I will take other steps to ensure that you regret that. This is a transformative work. You put out this documentary into the public domain. Well, not the public domain. I had to pay for it. By the way, can I get my money back? This was the worst documentary you've ever made. I want my money back. It was terrible. All right. So the story that Jason Sands tells James Fox is at least a little bit believable. Until you find out that he's also saying he saw blue chicken aliens, he time traveled, he did 20 and back in the secret space program and fought aliens in space. Then we find out that he also says he murdered an alien. He saw aliens ripping apart children. But here's the story as presented in James Fox documentary, or a good part of it.
Would you respond to anyone watching this that would say this guy's clearly
a nut job?
Yeah.
I would say, number one, the Congress would never talk to me if I was.
The Congress wouldn't talk to me if I was a nut job. Well, we just saw them talk to Dave Grush, who is a verified former mental patient. Most people would equate being a former mental patient with being a nut job. So that's a factually inaccurate statement, right? That's not an accurate statement. Oh, so I thought this was going to show the story. So the story is, one second. The story is that he claims that the story he tells in the documentary is that he claims that he was in the desert at Nellis Test Range. And by the way, James Fox, he said there was other people in the car when they met the alien. Did you track down those other people and verify his story? Of course not. Because who needs corroborating witnesses when you've only got one bullshitter and he won't give up the names of his so-called eyewitness? There were supposed to be two other eyewitnesses to this event. So this guy, Jason Sands, claims that he was in a vehicle in uniform serving at the Nellis Test Range. and they were driving through the desert, and all of a sudden they seen some guy hobbled over about a mile down the road, and he looked like he was in trouble. So they pulled over to help him, and he was white, and he had a bluish tinge to him. And so they thought he was suffering from hypothermia. And then he had telepathic communication with the alien who asked him for tritium or something like that. And Jason Sands said, "Do you mean titanium?" And he said, "No." And then, since the alien couldn't get the tritium or the alien parts that he needed from Jason Sands and his friend, he just got in his craft and ran away. And this is what the aliens supposedly look like. And he was wearing a full military uniform, but he didn't have no ears, and he had big eyes. And when I tell you that this story is his most believable one, you should believe me. Because after this, it gets into, he's an alien assassin, right? And he's, oh God, friends. Let's get back to him. This is the tail end of the story.
I was verified probably a year before I even talked to Congress by the UAP task force.
Yeah, and so this is the thing that the grifters use. Oh, my background was vetted, and I am who I say I am. That doesn't mean your story is true. That means your military credentials are correct.
There are databases that people don't have access to that only Congress and people that are in special access programs have.
Well,
that's where they
true.
discovered my name. That's where they saw where I was stationed also in my military records. That established at least who I said and where I had been in the programs I was access to. They can verify all of that.
Yeah, but nobody can verify his alien claims. And his alien claims keep getting wilder and wilder, and that's a red flag. So, poor James Fox. The only new thing he had in his whole documentary is this guy telling this wacky story about encountering an alien. And of course, like all good grifters, they connect it to a UFO sighting several weeks before the alien encounter at the Nellis Range, which I think is kind of unresolved, but, no proof of alien visitation at the Nellis Range, but whatever. So after this, it gets wackier because James Fox knew this, by the way. I believe he knew that Jason Sands told many stories, not just James Fox. I think he deceptively edited that interview, and he only included his most credible, believable story, which was, I was driving through the desert. We saw this alien. He telepathically communicated with us. He was dressed just like us in military gear. Why would an alien be dressed in the same outfit that the military? Okay, whatever. But this, believe it or not, is his most credible. And then it gets wackier after this. Ruby shares, Jason Sands shares that he was forced to work as part of a group program that were forced to kill aliens. You either did it or you knew bad things would happen to you and your family. The team that I was on, we killed other non-human intelligence for whoever was in charge. I never got to see who was actually in charge of that program. I was only told what they say. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to see your family again. Come on. And of course, here he is with everybody's favorite UFO grifter who believes everything everybody says, UFO Jesus. This is fair use. This is a transformative work. UFO Jesus, don't you dare try to falsely copyright claim me. We're only using a 1 minute, 2 minute clip, and we're offering commentary, sharing it with the audience. We're critiquing it. We're using it to educate the public about what a wackadoo Jason Sands is.
So, yes, I did experience a dirty work program, but I did explain in that first interview that, yeah, that was what I did. They made me do some dirty work for them.
Dirty work.
When I had to exit the program, that was the deal. It was either that or something bad would happen to me or my family.
Can you elaborate on what that dirty work constituted?
Well, it was kind of very strange. I feel like it was part of maybe an NHI program that they utilize humans, to do things for them.
As part of a non-human intelligence program. They utilized humans to do things for them. Sounds good, except he has no proof of anything he says.
that involved kind of being, taken from your bed in the middle of the night, unconscious, and the next thing you're waking up and you've got some work for them to do. They tell you you're going over here, you're going to go in that cave, here's a gun, whatever's in there, kill it, and
Oh, great. Very precise. You're going to go over here. There's an alien in that cave. Go kill it. Go in that cave and kill the alien for us. Wouldn't they get like special forces or somebody that, trained assassins? No, they're going to get an Air Force intelligence officer. And by the way, his job was like signals. His job was basically IT while he was in intelligence in the Air Force. They're not going to send an IT guy to go kill an alien. Just the logic of this makes no sense, but logic has no place in UFO land, so whatever.
that's kind of how it rolled. And you either did it or you knew bad things would happen to you or your family. And that's kind of how it went.
Could you imagine? Listen, I know you're just the Air Force intelligence guy who works in the IT department, but we're going to give you a gun and send you into a cave to kill an alien. And if you don't do it, we're going to murder your whole family. It's so stupid. It's so childish. And look at UFO Jesus eating that shit up. Oh, he killed the alien.
But it was usually in the dead of night, that kind of a thing.
And you were a part of that.
Yeah.
And when you say kill it, what exactly would you be referencing potentially?
I guess the team that I was on, we killed other NHI for whoever was in charge. I never got to see who was actually in charge of that program.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Listen, military people always know who their commanding officer is. So I call bullshit on this whole story. But here he is. He was part of an alien assassin team, friends. He was part of an alien assassin team, don't you know? And, people are having an awful lot of fun. And of course, scumbag that he is, UFO grifter extraordinaire, clickbait titled "The Secret UFO Program Forced Me to Kill Aliens." And of course, he got huge views and made a lot of money off of that because it's a sensational story. Oh my God, this guy had to kill UFO. He had to kill UFO. I mean, he had to kill aliens, right? He had to kill the aliens. And people are having an awful lot of fun with Jason Sands online. This one's my favorite. It's from @PhilJ1974 on Twitter. The program, come with me if you want to live. Jason Sands, he's the alien assassin. And so James Fox looks like a total ass clown right now because he put this clown, this total grifting, lying, storytelling clown in his documentary that was supposed to be full of credible people. But what we've seen is the James Fox documentary was filled with wackadoos. This is just a new wackadoo. All the other wackadoos have been around for a while. And how sad is it that the only new thing Jason Sands had in his documentary was this guy? But then we find out that this guy is about as credible as a crackhead, right? And of course, I just want to make sure we put it on the record that this guy is running around trying to get money from the UFO community, which I think may be some indicator of what his motives are. This is one of the fundraisers I found. He's only raised $650 and they're trying to get $20,000. Our brother, Jason Sands, is in between jobs. 1 second here. Let me share. Okay. So this is one of the fundraisers for him. And as I'm told, there's multiple. I haven't been able to confirm that. So if anybody has any other links to PayPal donation things or GoFundMe, send them to me. Our brother, Jason Sands, is in between jobs and facing what looks like so-called administrative terrorism regarding his security clearance. So basically saying, because I came out as a whistleblower, they're going to take my clearances away from me. They should, because you're a nut job, which affects his ability to get the next job, and he's running out of money. He's the main breadwinner in his family, and this is stressing him out. We all know the feeling. But given how much he has given to this community, what's he given us? Evidence-free fake stories? I'm asking you all to give what your hearts dictate back to Jason to relieve his stress and to keep him happily on this bandwagon with all our eyes on the prize. Nothing less than changing the whole world, right? And isn't it funny that these guys always have some kind of fundraising scam going, whether it's David Wilcock or Corey Good with his legal light warrior fund? They always are begging for money. And this guy is no different. Jason Sands, if you have a family to provide for, I feel for you. Maybe you shouldn't be telling wacky alien stories on the internet if that would affect your credibility in getting your next job. And I worked in the IT field. I wouldn't hire this guy. If I Google somebody and I find out that they're telling alien stories, telling people they were involved in secret programs and were forced to murder aliens, or their family would be murdered, no way would I give them a job. So this guy fucked the pooch on his own. Why should now we have to pay for him? We have to all pay for him because he decided to go on the internet and tell wacky stories. And by the way, I agree with that. Why should I give this guy any money? He's an alien murderer. Aren't we all interested in meeting with the aliens and singing Kumbaya? Right? All right. Swamp Easy says, came from the casino, stayed because of the information, attitude, and accent. Shout out from the burbs in the deli, Delaware. Oh, very close to me. I used to have a drummer from Delaware. I used to go there to practice. Not a huge fan of Delaware, but I like it. You guys have some good beaches there, right? Thank you for your kindness. Another one. Yeah, no refunds. Fat Chick Thriller says no refunds. Definitely no refunds, right? Yeah, so there's always a fundraising component. And look at that. Double tap Ranger Outdoors with the kind generous $27.99. We're all pissed. Vets are pissed at Sands. Yeah, they're all pissed. Oh, we're going to see that. Our friend, the average Chris, took him apart into spaces, and it's so juicy and spicy. We're going to play it for you. It's so spicy, friends. It's spicy. Honestly, who hasn't done horrible acts on intelligent life not of this planet? For you, it was the greatest moment of your life. For Fox, it was Tuesday. It says Sofa Ninja. Oh, thank you. That's another one for the goal. We thank you for your kindness, and thank you, Double Tap Ranger Outdoors, for your kindness. And we've got another one from P18. Halfway there. Let's effing go. Yeah, let's go. Are we halfway there? We're halfway to the goal. Boy, we're really, no, we're more than that. We're 29 into the goal, friends. We need 21 more of you kind and generous people with $5 to spare so that we hit the goal. I should have made some of this spicy shit the bonus. That's what I should have done, right? But I'm going to give it to you. I'm giving it to you because I got more for you. I got more for you, James Fox. Suffer, James Fox, bitch! Suffer! Suffer! We will peel back the layers of James Fox deception and show you what a clown James Fox is. Oh, it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be beautiful, friends. So, man, and just a note, the GoFundMe was started by somebody that turns out to be a child predator, basically. That's nice, right? A child predator started a GoFundMe for alien grifter. Very nice, right? Oh, man, it's so bad. It's so bad, friends. It's so scummy here in UFO land. We got, criminals and predators and sickos, oh my, stuffing things. Piggy reporting to give you your money, sir. Thank you, Piggy. We need 25 more piggies. Come on, you piggies. Get the money out. But tonight I don't got any slop. I don't got slop for the piggies. I got good feed tonight. This veteran ripping apart this clown Jason Sands in spaces is so beautiful and spicy. Duos Alpha Ralpha with a kind generous 5 says, praise the money. Thank you. Another one for the goal. And we've got another one, P18. Smash that like button. Chat, praise the cash. We need Mo. Yeah, we're gonna give you some Mo. I got Mo for James Fox. You know, I really don't like this guy, James Fox. Look, I'll put my cards on the table. This guy's making millions of dollars selling people horse shit. And I can't scrape out a full-time living here. I'm doing my best praising the cash, but you know, the truth is boring. Nobody wants that. They want to hear about people meeting aliens out in the desert and alien crash retrieval programs and all this nonsense that James Fox sells. And by the way, James, you've been doing this for decades. What's your best evidence that any of this shit is true? Nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing but guys like this Jason Sands telling stories. That's what you got. No hate for Fox. Yeah, but when you see what he's doing, V, he put Sarah Gamm in his documentary. He just forgot to tell everybody that she's scamming people to talk to their dead relatives for $150. He forgot to mention that. And he forgot to mention that this Jason Sands is a veteran who's suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and mental problems. And instead of getting that guy some help, he decided to use him in his grift. Because all of these people in UFO land are predators. They're predators, friends. And they will prey on anybody that they can use to sell their fake shit. All right, so we're going to get to the spicy stuff. Oh, but before we do, I have to do a studious thing and read something that's important. Yeah, we should. And for the benefit of giving people really good information. So this is kind of an op-ed piece written by @Osiris UAP, also known as Jeremy McGowan. And Jeremy has been a harsh critic of some of this stuff. And this is about Jason Sands. He says, and by the way, I'm sharing this because I agree with it, and I can't write very good. I tried to write something like this, and it didn't come out very good. And then I saw that he had already written something, so I didn't want to try to just rip his off. I don't know. He regardless of where you stand on Jeremy McGowan, he's well spoken and a good communicator. So we're going to lean on him a little bit to provide a little. This is the classy part where we give you like well written, well thought out, good information. So Jeremy says James Fox's decision to platform Jason Sands reflects a modern form of exploitation that trades on mental instability and unverified claims for entertainment and profit. Much like blaxploitation in the 1970s, which commodified racial stereotypes to attract audiences, this new wave of exploitation relies on individuals whose credibility is questionable and whose stories are sensational enough to capture the public attention. Instead of race, the focus here is on exploiting vulnerability, whether through psychological instability, delusion, or outright dishonesty, and repackaging it as evidence to fuel a growing appetite for conspiracy narratives. Sands' claims of participating in a secret space program and being ordered to kill extraterrestrials are not grounded in any verifiable reality. His Air Force service record reflects a conventional, honorable career in signals intelligence and aircraft maintenance. Did I say he worked in IT? Jeremy would know better. He's been over his medical records, and he's been over his military records, and he's a military guy. There is no evidence of involvement in space operations, advanced aerospace technologies, or clandestine programs. Yet Fox has chosen to amplify Sands' narratives, prioritizing spectacle over substance. The decision is not about uncovering the truth. It is about capitalizing on an individual's instability or fabrications to satisfy public curiosity. By giving Sands a platform, Fox compromises the integrity of serious UAP inquiry. In recent years, credible investigations and testimonies from scientists, government agencies, and vetted whistleblowers has brought the subject of UAPs into mainstream discourse. Platforming individuals like Sands, whose stories are riddled with extraordinary and unsubstantiated claims, cheapens that progress. It reduces legitimate research to spectacle and reinforces the stereotype that the UAP field is a breeding ground for fringe ideas and unreliable sources. Just as blaxploitation films often overshadowed authentic depictions of Black life, Fox's work overshadows credible efforts to understand UAP phenomenon by muddying the waters with sensationalism. Fox's actions reflect a failure in ethical storytelling. As a filmmaker, he bears responsibility for vetting his subjects and presenting narratives that hold up to scrutiny. Instead, he exploits Sands' claims without regard for their truth, turning a person's likely psychological or personal struggles into entertainment. Whether Sands is driven by delusion, dishonesty, or a need for attention, Fox's platforming of him transforms those struggles into a commodity. This is not storytelling, it is exploitation. The cost of instability or dishonesty on public display, inviting scrutiny and ridicule while providing no real support or accountability. For the broader conversations around UAPs, it undermines trust and credibility, dragging legitimate inquiry back into the realm of a sideshow entertainment. Fox is not advancing understanding or contributing to the truth. He is creating a spectacle that serves no one but himself and his audience's appetite for shock value. The parallels to blaxploitation are clear. In both cases, the subjects are reduced to tools for profit, stripped of dignity, truth, or context. What Fox has done with Sands is no different. It is a modern exploitation of instability and deception, repackaged for a public willing to suspend reality for the sake of entertainment. Such practices do not serve the pursuit of knowledge. They only serve those who profit from confusion. Wow, I think that's incredibly well written. And I have to say, I agree with Mr. McGowan. When you got somebody that's telling these stories, you got to know they have some kind of mental problems, or maybe they're just a pathological liar looking for attention. He has no evidence of any of these claims. So it's a real problem, right? It's a real problem, friends. Yeah, so now we're going to get into the spicy stuff, right? Do we want to go spicy? But before we do, James Fox even finally commented. Everybody wanted him to comment. Let me see here. We have, I have a screenshot here somewhere before we share the other thing. Okay, yeah, I have a screenshot here. Let's get into this. So here's a screenshot. What about Jason Sands claiming he assassinated non-human intelligences? Asks a viewer on Twitter. And, oh, come on. Yeah, and so James Fox says, absolutely devastates his credibility, but I still believe that encounter may have happened based on the background digging I did. But yeah, that's not good for his credibility. And Jeremy writes, producer platforms either a mentally unstable person or a liar. Producer profits from that platforming. Community Notes takes producer to task for that. Producer then issues a statement saying that person's credibility is shot while leaving enough wiggle room to justify the platforming. Say you didn't vet the person without saying you didn't vet the person. Ouch, right? Ouch. But it gets better, friends, because he talked about this with Richard Dolan, which is Richard Dolan is another guy that's about as credible as a crackhead. Richard Dolan and his wife are right now selling people superpowers for $159. That's right. You too could get superpowers for $159 from Richard Dolan and his kooky batshit crazy wife, right? His kooky batshit crazy wife thinks she has superpowers. This guy, Richard Dolan, if you're unfamiliar with him, he pretends to be the serious, studious, sort of, serious UFO researcher, but yet he married a woman that claims she has superpowers. I believe she's a Scientologist, and they are right now, last I checked, they were selling people courses in how you too could get superpowers for just $159. And here, Richard Dolan is going to ask him about Jason Sands. And this is the first time I've seen James Fox here actually speaking publicly about this. And I just want to mention this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We're critiquing the video that we are sharing, and we'll be discussing it. This is the textbook definition of fair use. Lawyer letters are standing by. Of course, there's an ad. Of course, there's an ad as soon as I try to play this. I'm sorry, I didn't mirror this one. Just give me. All the UFO listeners are monetized. All right, we'll take it back.
convinced that this guy drove an alien around, and I just the weight of that and the significance of that, and that I don't know, I can't. There's no words in the English language to describe just what it felt like to look into the eyes of someone that I was convinced that drove an alien around.
He was convinced.
Well, you probably had something similar when you interviewed Jason Sands, and I would really like to ask you about him. For me personally, I'll bet for a lot of people,
yes,
the segment that included Jason's story was the most riveting of all of the riveting parts of the program, because all of it, start to finish, was really superb, James.
Oh, isn't it nice that the alien grifters all play nice together? This alien grifter says this alien grifter did a great job, but this alien grifter has used some of the same less than credible wackadoo sources that this alien grifter has used. So all the alien grifters play nice and they compliment each other. They suck each other off. Boy, that's a terrible mental image. These two guys sucking each other off. But I could see these two 69ing each other, talking about aliens. They talk about aliens. Maybe they have a couple bottles of wine. Next thing you know, these two alien grifters are 69ing each other, just going at it. Right? I think so.
But Jason Sands, to me, just struck me as especially powerful. His story.
Yeah, Richard Dolan, he's talking about watching aliens rip children apart. He's talking about being forced to go into a cave and murder aliens. Oh, I found his story to be especially riveting.
Filled in a certain number of gaps that some of us, myself, had in thinking about Area 51, S4. But then there was just some vivid new stuff. I mean, this man stood face to face with an alien. That's certain.
Oh, you gotta throw in the allegedly so you don't get sued for consumer fraud when it turns out, you never know what could happen. James Sands could get called into a courtroom and have to admit under oath he just made up the story about meeting an alien. So they got to use that word allegedly.
Well, I'd like to know what's your take on him, and what was it like to talk with him? What was your sense? And could you recount a bit of his story for listeners if they haven't heard it?
Yeah. So I knew that I was going to get criticism.
Oh,
just including even if he did it anonymously, I was going to get criticism for including that alleged encounter in the film.
Oh, it's an alleged encounter now, not a real encounter.
Allegedly in the winter of 1994 at Nellis Test Range in Nevada. Yeah. And what we do know is that there was a UFO sighting and captured on sensors.
On the famous clip.
Yeah, which I had, and that was 3 days prior. Well, 3 days later.
Yeah, so there's two different events that they're conflating into one event. 3 days before this guy met an alien, there was a UFO sighting somewhere, and we have some footage of that. And then the alien supposedly got into the same craft that was depicted in that footage and flew off. Sure he did.
Mr. Sands and a number of other fellow officers that we have their name, first and last, I have.
Great. James Fox said that he has their first and last names, the other officers that were in the car. Can I get that information, James Fox? This is a real big problem for James Fox, and I'll tell you why. Because James Fox just admitted that he has the names of the so-called witnesses to the alien meetup event. Jason Sands claims that there was two other people in the vehicle with him when he met the alien, and they saw the alien too. As an investigative filmmaker or investigative journalist, if you can corroborate Jason Sands' story, it's 10 times more factual. It's 10 times more believable. This clown, James Fox, just said he has their names. Why didn't you interview them in your shitball garbage documentary then? If you can corroborate Jason Sands' story with two other witnesses that saw the alien, why wouldn't you do that? He didn't do that. He did not do that. Why?
We're on duty going in to perform a particular exercise near a mountain called Quartz Mountain. And they, early in the morning, again, winter, don't have an exact month. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look back at that. But I knew it. But in any case, they see what looks like an individual that maybe had a plane crash, in uniform, walking funny, looking
Yeah, an alien in a United States military uniform. Sure.
like, needs medical assistance. And they had a whole convoy of trucks. There was the lead vehicle was Jason Sands and 3 others. And then there was.
So there was a whole convoy of trucks. That means there would be 25 witnesses to this event that James Fox could interview. If there was an entire convoy of trucks, there would be a whole bunch of witnesses to this event that he could interview and include in his documentary. Why weren't they included in his documentary?
2 vehicles behind them. They're slowing down to help this individual out. And as they roll up on this individual, one of the people within the truck convoy, the front truck, screams, "He's got no effing ears," as they rolled up on him. Mr. Sands claims that he
ain't got no effing ears. This is a weird alien. It's an alien with no ears, bro. Bro ain't got no ears.
got out the passenger side and came up on this individual, trying to take his jacket off and provide some warmth. And when he made eye contact, he said it was almost like a snake bite feeling that he got. That, what am I looking at? Was it some sort of mutant or whatever? And then this individual had no ears, had really big eyes, and was speaking gibberish and wasn't really making much sense. And everyone was just sort of paralyzed in just complete frozen as to what's going on right here.
Gibberish.
And now I accidentally, right here in the studio behind me, I accidentally revealed a photograph on X about Mr. Sands' identity. I periodically post production stills and put them with updates and that sort of thing. And I did. There was a clipboard and somebody had written Sands on it.
And that was a bad idea.
A lot of controversy, and Mr. Sands at that point wasn't prepared to come forward publicly. He hadn't gone through the adoption process. I got a lot of heat for that, and I have nobody to blame but myself.
Because it just was an unauthorized kind of doxing of him, or
he thought he was
faking, or
I guess he's a so-called whistleblower behind the scenes.
Even Fox calls him a so-called whistleblower.
He was getting together.
Yeah, he's not a whistleblower. He's a bullshitter, James Fox.
Providing details on specific programs and some of those things that he was involved with during his military career, part of the legacy program. And so that was a whole kind of shit show. And I was like, I don't know, I wasn't sure what to do. And I was meeting with government officials that were part of the internal investigation into not just Mr. Sands, but a lot of other potential whistleblowers. This was going on behind the scenes. And so I was meeting with them. And
he was meeting with Tim Burchett, who's a nut job.
I don't know. Do I leave him in? Do I take him out? How do I deal with this? And they were like, look, I know he probably has PTSD and there's some mental health issues.
I got to stop it right there. So James Fox knew that this person, Jason Sands, had mental problems, and he decided to exploit him for personal profit and exploit him anyway. And according to Jason Sands didn't get paid to be in that documentary at all. He didn't get paid. So James Fox puts him in the documentary telling this story about aliens. How many hundreds of thousands of dollars or maybe millions of dollars did you make exploiting somebody you knew? He just said he knew that he had mental problems. He put him in the documentary anyway. Great guy, James Fox.
But he is who he says he is. He's
scumbags.
He's
only a scumbag would use somebody that's mentally unstable that he knows has problems as a source.
He knows the names of, and he served his country. And don't just throw him out. Like he's and that's what everybody was telling me.
Are there?
So everybody was telling him to exploit somebody that he knows has mental problems and profit off of him, not pay him, put him in the documentary and keep all the money for himself. He couldn't even break off a few $1,000s for maybe get the guy some, psychological counseling or psychiatrist or something.
Attacks on his credibility. I'm not aware of this.
Yeah. So I yeah. So I got his military records. I got photographs of him in the military. I had to contact his ex-wife. She had to go up into the attic and dig through a bunch of boxes, which I got all those. I threw.
So not only did he take advantage of a mentally ill man, he even got the guy's wife to go digging in the attic to get him more evidence that the guy was who he said he was in his military records and pictures and stuff so that he could bolster his credibility. Great.
Some intel connections I have. We found the individual who debriefed Mr. Sands along with a couple of other apparently witnesses to the incident.
Great. So now James Fox just says that he knows. This is where it gets so problematic, because the more these grifters talk, the more it shows what scumbags they are. He just said that he knows the names of the co-witnesses. There was 2 other people in the first vehicle with Jason Sands that saw the alien. Now he just said he knows who debriefed Jason Sands about the event seeing the alien. None of these people were in the documentary, though. None of these people were in the documentary. Isn't that convenient, James Fox?
And that individual would not even confirm or deny. It was like, kind of we're aware of the incident and no comment at all, one way or the other.
Oh, yeah,
and that was it. So I really went on a limb because I can't.
So why don't you name that person in the documentary?
I'm claiming a face-to-face meeting at Nellis with an alien, basically, right?
Yeah, he had an illustrator sketch of it, which was really quite powerful. The individual looked kind of like a human face, no ears, bluish tint to the skin, which he described.
Yeah.
And larger than normal eyes.
I love how they're talking about it.
But
like,
otherwise, not like
real.
a gray alien, not like that. Actually, like a human.
Oh,
yeah.
gosh.
And I remember, there's been a couple of instances, I had people questioning, when I did Moment of Contact. I mean, I've got allegedly reporting on people witnessing live aliens walking through the town of Varginha, Brazil in January 20th, 1996.
No, he's got anonymous sources telling him that. He won't
I
name
was
them.
certainly opening myself up to criticism with that. No question. And I kind of pushed the envelope a little bit each time round, but I do the best I can with these military folks.
Now he's going to come up with excuses for exploiting a mentally ill man who's saying that he's an alien assassin.
I do the best I can within my means, and I worked on it for 8 or 9 months, and I ultimately decided to include that in the film.
I'm very glad you did.
Yeah, because it's the only new thing he had. Everything else was rehashed garbage, Richard Dolan.
You kind of needed to, because look, there are always folks in connected to this community who are going to shoot down every single new whistleblower or claim, particularly when it includes.
Yeah, Richard Dolan here making excuses. I'm not going to shoot every guy down, but when a guy starts saying that he was on a special, program that got sent into caves to murder aliens, I'm going to object to that. Yeah,
aliens. It's like we're okay talking about this vague UAP phenomenon. Sure, okay, we don't know what that is, but aliens, get the hell out of here. And that's a really bad idea, because if this is anomalous, we're talking about an anomalous intelligence. If it's an anomalous intelligence, they probably don't look like us.
Yeah.
So let's just be a little brave, which you were. You included it.
Richard Dolan, you asshole. Richard Dolan, you're just as big a grifter as him. But everybody should know this. Richard Dolan is just as big a grifter as James Fox, right? How much money did you make selling the fake Wilson notes, Richard Dolan? How much money did you make interviewing a fake CIA insider that was a senile old man that worked at a fucking grocery store? We caught you with that one, right? How much money did you make selling your fake stories? Oh, we have to be brave. In other words, you have to be bold when you're doing the alien grift. You have to be bold when you're doing the alien grift. Richard Dolan, he exploited someone he knew had mental problems, and you're praising him for that. Only a grifter would praise another grifter for exploiting somebody with mental problems.
And I'm personally glad you did. And his story did not sound radically dissimilar to that of Charles Hall, who talked about the tall whites. The description.
God. Now Richard Dolan is saying, oh, it's very similar to Charles Hall's description of the aliens. And here's where it gets good. Richard Dolan is such an idiot. Hey, Richard Dolan, Charles Hall was never in the Air Force. Charles Hall was a man who described similar meetings with aliens, but even more detailed. And his aliens were called the Tall Whites, and he met them in the desert too. But his story began with when I was in the Air Force. And we proved conclusively, Richard Dolan, 100%, that Charles Hall was a stolen valor fraud who was never in the Air Force. But now they're going to use one previous grifter to back up the story of the new grifter who's mentally unstable and they know has mental problems.
Because I've read Charles Hall's books, and that's another out there type of series of claims, but
no, it's fraudulent claims, Richard Dolan, because Charles Hall's story begins with when I was in the Air Force. He was a stolen valor fraud. He was never in the Air Force. And now you're using a stolen valor fraud to back up the claims of another wackadoo. It's the wackadoo prover maneuver. You get one wackadoo that's a fraud that has no evidence, that turns out, by the way, Charles Hall turns out to be a guy who pretended to be in the Air Force to give his alien stories credibility and made a career out of selling books of his alien adventure stories. But the truth is he was never in the Air Force. And now Richard Dolan is saying, well, his story is not unlike Charles Hall. Yeah, one fraud stories is not unlike another fraud stories. And they use one wackadoo who's a stolen valor fraud who lied about being in the Air Force to back up the claims of a new wackadoo who was in the Air Force, but turns out he has post-traumatic stress disorder and he's got mental problems and he's claiming he's on an alien assassination squad. Great.
I don't know. I read Charles Hall and I think I believe this guy's telling the truth.
No,
there you go. Richard Dolan believes Charles Hall is telling the truth. Do you understand that he's a stolen valor fraud? And if his entire story begins with when I was in the Air Force, and we could go to the National Personnel Records Center and we find out he was never in his Air Force, that you shouldn't believe his story? Richard Dolan is a dumbass. He's about as dumb as a rock, Richard Dolan. Even though he plays the studious college professor type, he's dumb as shit. He's dumb as rocks. And his wife is a wackadoo who claims she has superpowers. Richard Dolan is a wackadoo who believes stolen valor frauds. He's reading his book. Don't bother to check his military credentials, Richard Dolan, or you'll get a big letdown.
I remember I had a meeting with Robert Bigelow back in, I think it was.
All right, that's enough of these clowns. I can't take any more. I can't. Richard Dolan. Oh, Charles Hall. His story's like Charles Hall. I think Richard Dolan ought to watch a lot more Truth Seekers. There was a time when he watched every show of mine. There was a time, friends. But he's gone too far into the dark side of woo because he's got to make a living. Richard Dolan and people like James Fox live a hellish existence because they can't eat unless they find new alien bullshit to sell stupid people. Stuffing Things with a kind and generous $5 says, this is on behalf of Richard Harris. As he's so broke, he can't spend $5 himself. The bank could seize his assets and put his dog down, apparently. Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you. That's another one for the goal. And I think we are rapidly, we're slowly, not rapidly, but we are slowly heading towards the goal. Cave Teeth with a kind and honest, with a kind and generous $4.99, another one for the goal. Steve, be honest. You're covering for the tall forehead aliens. That's exactly. I'm a CIA asset. I'm here to cover up the truth about aliens. Yeah, exactly. You're 100% right. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And let's go. Fat Chick Thriller just gifted 20 Truth Seekers memberships. And this, my friends, is why you should smash that subscribe button. Because if you don't already know this, when a kind and generous person like Fat Chick Thriller gifts Truth Seekers memberships, they get randomly distributed to people that are in the live chat who are subscribers but are not yet YouTube channel members. And if you get a free channel membership, you get access to our members section. It's just a bunch of extra goodies, a bunch of extra videos. Cave Teeth got a free membership from Fat Chick Thriller. Darren Kern got a free membership. Siren 1, mainly Melty and Corb got one. Modulus VJ4 got one. Tangent Angela got a free membership. Mr. Slaughter, Tiberius, Hugh Penny got a free membership. Seth got a free membership. Shifty Fives got a free membership. MI 39.6.9 Patterns got a free membership. Foul Cruel got a free membership. 9 Inch Nose got a free membership. Roman E got a free membership. Vidal, Blasty Powwow, Not Mike Koo, Libby Dibby Dibby Dibby, Libby Dibby, damn it, Libby Dibby Doo got a free membership. Thank you all, and thank Fat Chick Thriller who gifted those memberships. Make sure you smash the subscribe button. If nothing else, you could win a free membership, because if you're not a subscriber, that you can't get one of these free memberships. Thank you, Fat Chick Thriller. Very kind and generous of you. I think that's $100. Stuffing Things with a kind and generous $5 super chat. Fat Chick Thriller wants people to believe that I am broke, but this is not true. Please take more of my money. Thank you, Piggy. Stuffing Things. Yes, we will take your money. And Stuffing Things just gifted 20 True Seekers memberships. Oh my God, that's another $100. Very kind of all of you. And because of Stuffing Things gifting memberships, we've got a whole bunch of new YouTube channel members. Greg Lambert, Rare Tricks, Flip Out, Tokol Torkinson, Enrique 4720. We're getting to the spicy stuff next. Traces, JJ, Jordy, John Lies, Laser Possum, Rib Rascal, Doomy McDoomface, Flyaway Avatar, Beef got a free membership, Lydia, Turtle Dude got a free membership, Daniel Kraus, Evil Effin' Dave, Evan S., and Time Travelin' all got free memberships thanks to Stuffing Things. Kind and generous. Very kind and generous of you. Again, people gift these membership, friends, and if you're a YouTube channel member, you could win one. They get randomly distributed to people who are subscribers but not yet members. Sofa Ninja with a kind and generous $5. Another one. Not broke, not never. God bless you and God bless the goal. Thank you very much, Sofa Ninja. Another one for the goal. And I will check in with the goal. Where are we at? We're into overtime because of those gifted memberships, I would think. But we'd like to get 16 more super chats at Teal, $5 or better. And then we officially hit the goal. We're going to get to the spice. If you're waiting for the spice, I'm going to bring it to you. Hank McGurk is here. MK Ultra. Oh, there's another one. MK Ultra. I got 5 on it. Suffolk Gold. Thank you, MK Ultra. Now we need 15 more of you kind and generous people with $5 in your wallet. Oh, look at that. Scuba Steve says, howdy, Steven, fellow Fishtown native here. Well, I grew up in Port Richmond. You Fishtown people were a little higher class than us Port Richmonders. For those unaware, Kensington is the low end, Port Richmond is the middle, and then people with money moved to Fishtown. But thank you, Scuba Steve. Another one for the goal. And we need just 14 more kind and generous people with $5 to hit the goal. But we're going to get to the spicy stuff. Tyler Atkins says, Fat Chick Thriller in the house. Let's fucking go. I got to tell you, when I see Fat Chick Thriller in the audience, I do smile because my wallet may smile by the end of the night. Fat Chick Thriller, very, very generous. Thank you. And we also thank and appreciate Mike Larry, who's an MVP of gifting memberships and an MVP of buying me a coffee. Oh, I know what happened. I lowered the... All right, I apologize. That video was shit potato quality because I lowered it by accident. Anyway, we're going to move on to the spice. Are you ready for the spicy? What happens when a real veteran confronts Jason Sands about the bullshit stories that he's been selling? Oh boy, welcome to the spice section of tonight, because people are tired of this shit. And a real veteran in the form of Average Chris decided to confront Jason Sands during a recent Spaces. And I got to tell you, oh, my friends, it was spicy. Let me get it as big as I can. It is spicy. Oh, this is so spicy. The Average Chris says, this is the unedited clip of my conversation with Jason Sands, the UFO whistleblower from the documentary, The Program. He should have put UFO whistleblower in quotes, but okay. After reviewing this clip in its entirety, people will start to understand what some of us are saying. I will no longer disparage Jason, as I do genuinely feel one of two things are happening here. One, Jason has concocted a series of lies, and he continues to build on over time, continually mixing duties he had as a signals intelligent airman with the U.S. Air Force and fantasy straight from a sci-fi movie. Or two, Jason is not well mentally. This is not meant to be a disparaging remark. To continually lie like this and carry it on, fabricating stories about his duties while active duty in the United States Air Force is not behavior that you see normally. Since his initial appearance on X, his stories have grown more grandiose over time. Which started out with him listening. Yeah, his whole story was that he was listening to calls on secure lines and he was hearing things about aliens. And then his story grew and grew and grew and grew. So the original story from Jason Sands was, while I was a signals intelligence officer, I was listening in on some conversations and I heard stuff about alien crash retrievals. That was his initial story. Then we get into, oh, and also I met an alien in the desert. Then it turned into, oh, I also was on an alien assassination team and I got sent into caves in order to kill non-human intelligent aliens. And also I saw an alien rip a child in half. Like, it just gets worse and worse. Anyway, during his duties as a signal intelligence analyst, to him being an alien assassin, where he also witnessed an alien tear a child apart and literally cried when telling the story in this space. He's also claiming that he had unprecedented access to all SAPs, none of which is remotely true. To James Fox, I don't know what needs to happen, but at the very least, since you put this interview in your documentary, you could also be responsible for the backlash that comes with it. Suffer, James Fox! It's clear Jason is not mentally well or just a pathological liar for attention. Either way, you should address it after listening to this. All right, let's get into it, friends. So this is a recording from the space
here. So go ahead, average Chris.
All right, so I just got in here a little bit ago. So I got a couple questions. One, we talked about, you said a guy with bluish tint. Is it possible you just ran across somebody, if this is true, that had hypothermia or something going on?
That's what I thought it was at first. Yeah, exactly. That's what ran through my mind, because as we were approaching him, I was like, crap, this guy's got hypothermia and I need to get out there and help him before he's in big trouble here because he could be dying. And I even said that verbally to the driver of the
This is from a Twitter
space. Yeah, we got to pull over and help this guy. He looks like he's suffering from hypothermia. And that's exactly what I thought at first. And then when I stood up and looked right at him, I'm like, holy crap, he's got no ears. Look at the size of those eyes. What the fuck is this? I was like, what the hell did I just run into? With what hit my mind after that.
Okay, all right. Another question I have is, so going over your background, you might have went over this already. I'm not sure. Were you in aircraft structural maintenance first, and then over into signals?
Yes.
Or okay.
Yeah, that's why that's in my my 214. Yeah, because the first job I had was fixing airplanes.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. So you always send a guy whose job it is to fix airplanes to go murder aliens, right? Not the special forces, not, the Green Berets or a SEAL team. No, if you need to murder aliens, you send an aircraft mechanic.
I'm not discrediting your 214 at all. So, but as far as signals intelligence, I'm really confused on how you could go from aircraft maintenance to signals intelligence to an alien assassin. I don't understand. So
what's the progression? No!
I ended
qualify and
calling his bullshit out.
Obviously,
it's getting spicy.
Have to do weapons qualifications. What was how did they approach you with killing aliens? How did that all come about?
Well, like I was saying, this was kind of a punishment for me because they were going to do worse to me than make me do this mercenary work. But it was because I had fucked up and broke the rules and brought my wife and kids on a mission to go to the zoo over the weekend, and they looked on that as if it was the biggest fuck up in the world. And I just thought, well, if I can't have a wife and kids, I definitely don't care if you kick me out or not, and I thought that's all it was. But they came out of turning in my badge, and they looked like really grave, like they had just suffered a really heavy butt chewing or something.
This sounds like bullshit to me.
They were actually going to kill me that day and bury my ass in the desert, probably. But my friends had convinced them, is there any other way? And I think that's what they did. Is my friends saved my life that day by making me do this mercenary work and giving me a fighting chance to survive out of it. So it was kind of a kindness on their part, but it still sucked really bad.
So why wouldn't they?
I don't know why I have a problem with my background. Just bear with me, friends. Let's take that banner off. Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so thanks, software. We have no background. Sometimes there's connection issues with the host. I apologize.
As a punishment, just do like they do normally in any other intelligence field, especially in the military, and just do something, as far as like, your clearance and restricting it, or even revoking it, taking you out of the job. Why would they? I'm kind of confused.
Well,
There's such
well, they knew I had a wife and kids. I had 2 children at the
Calling him
time
on his bullshit.
when
Oh
all this
no.
happened, and I think they just had compassion on some of that, and that's why they didn't do anything else. They just wanted me to do the dirty work and then move on, and I did for a number of years. I kept my mouth shut. I didn't say nothing. I literally didn't even say anything after I retired for a very long time, until I started seeing the UAP Task Force Forum. And
so basically what's happening here is another real veteran is going, this doesn't make any sense. Why would they just go, oh, you fucked up, so now you got to kill aliens for us? And thank you, Stormcrow, with a kind and generous $5 Australian, says soon Sands will reveal he fell in love with one of the aliens and he now has alien children. Yeah, that's coming. That's definitely coming. The stories always get bigger and grander. Fat Chick Thriller says, mission objective, survive. Yeah. Oh boy. So the average Chris is calling him on his bullshit here.
And I was like, oh, I think I can help with this. And that's when I started talking about it and trying to help the community. And that's where I am now. So that's kind of how the progression was. Now, for the progression between being an airframe mechanic to an intel person, it was just an overmanning issue in the airframe career field at the time. Whenever there's an overage, and there's too many people in a career field that they have X hundred more people than they need to actually fix the aircraft, because the inventory changes, and the next thing you know, you're not fixing as many C-130s as you did the year before. That's kind of what happened to me. And that,
yeah, I don't think anybody has a problem with the progression from alien. I don't think anybody has a problem with the progression from aircraft mechanic to I'm going to be an intelligence instead now. People have a problem with how do you go from Air Force intelligence to an alien murdering death squad, right? Alien assassin team. That's the stretch.
then you have to go talk to the career counselor, take some tests, and figure out what you qualify for. And I qualified for intelligence. And I had 3 jobs to choose from, and I chose the intelligence one. And that's how I cross-trained out. Went to Germany for the first tour as an intel
point.
guy.
Why don't they kill him now?
System security analyst.
Spilling the beans on the aliens.
Went to McNellis right after that. But
sounds like
Germany,
an Art Bell call. Yes,
yeah,
it does.
I used to hang out with some really rough and tough guys as well, and that might have caught wind with some of the people as well that I did have my martial arts background, and they were kind of grooming me, or not grooming me, but actually watching me, I think, for a good while before they invited me into the program. I think the one thing that precipitated it was, for some reason, I've got this really strange memory for questions and answers, because at the end of the course evaluations for learning your job, there was these what they call volume review exercises that could be about 150 to 300 questions long, and I can read through them for some reason, and
I agree.
just once close the book, hand the book to somebody else, and I can answer them.
Yeah, let's get some likes on this video, friends.
And I did that in front of them.
Let's get some likes.
And I think they were like, "Oh, he's got a good memory too. Yeah, let's get him on the program." And then the other part of it was just getting to know me as a person, because I didn't know it at the time. But one of the guys, actually, I drove up range with him, like I was saying in the interview. We went up range, we started talking about Dreamland, and the next thing I knew,
now he's saying he has a martial arts background
part of the
too.
program, and he's part of the team that's asking me to be part of the program. But he really liked me a lot, and I liked him. We got along great. So I think that was another part of the initiation, was whether I got along with them, which I still do. I really appreciate them. They're very good people. They were just as shocked
Well,
as I
his
was
military
about some of the stuff
credentials
we were saying.
pan out though,
So
Blasty
what you're
Powwow.
saying is people in the signals intelligence field
Yeah.
are somehow also can carry weapons and do like
Oh
missions
yeah.
like you're
Yeah. When I
claiming?
first got into the career field,
Yeah.
we wore a combat crew badge because we could be deployed to the FACP, the front lines where they have radars. You know, they have to vector in the pilots to their targets. We could actually be forward deployed with those folks. Then that part of the mission changed.
Right, but you're not being when you're stateside, you're not carrying a weapon.
No, only when you deploy. Usually in the Air Force, you don't walk around with weapons unless you're working the front gate of an installation or something, or you're deploying or on mission or a courier. Those are the only conditions where in the Air Force you get to carry a gun all the time, is when you're performing one of those jobs. So I was never, even in the program, I wasn't issued a gun until after I was put on the mercenary crew to do all the dirty work. That was the only time I got
It keeps
issued
calling
a
it dirty
weapon
work.
for the program. The
Killing aliens
only
is
other
dirty
time
work.
I handled a gun was when they made me go to
We
the
need
gun
to do
range
some
and
dirty
show them
work.
what I could
Kill them aliens.
So my last thing here is like I just want you to. I'm just giving you a heads up. I'm an Air Force
Yep.
veteran, and there's other people in here that are
Yep.
veterans as well. I've been in the circles that you're talking
Okay.
about, and Jason, I'm just going to be completely blunt.
Oh,
and
here
honest.
comes. Here
There's
comes.
a lot of stuff that you're telling people that's not true, and I know.
But what
it.
did I say that's not
As a
true?
matter of fact, so signals intelligence, like your career
Yes.
field, the things that you're stating is not true. It's not true. It is completely
Like
not
what
true.
part of my job did I
Like
Yeah,
tell
be
you?
specific.
you guys, yeah. So you guys aren't going out in the field and doing missions where you're carrying weapons and doing assassinations. That is nothing that you
No.
guys do, and it's not.
In a
You
black
just admitted it.
program,
No,
you
it's
are.
not.
That's the whole
Uh-oh.
thing.
But yeah, okay. You can't. You're talking about this program, then that means that it's not a real program because signing an NDA. You know that if you're part of a program, you sign an NDA, you can't talk about it or acknowledge it. So
We already went through the
that.
DOSPR process, though, so he can
Yeah.
talk about it.
Yes, and that's the reason why.
No, oh yeah, because they look for accuracy on things, right? So what I'm saying is I know for a fact, and maybe it'll come out in the future because I really do think that it's, as an Air Force veteran myself, you're doing us a disservice by saying things like this that's not true, and it frustrates me to
Well,
no
I
end,
agree that the
because
program didn't run things like the proper Air Force. So in the proper Air Force, I would go out and do the things that you're talking about, where I'd qualify with my AR, and we'd go to the range, and you have to go through there, and you clean your gun afterwards, and you give it back to the armory, and you don't see that gun ever again unless you go deploy, and you get a totally different gun anyways. So that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening, friends. The backgrounds are not working. We're going to see if the bumpers at all work. I want to take a moment to remind you to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really, really does help. Make sure you smash that subscribe button because maybe a kind and generous person will give some more memberships before the broadcast ends, and you could win one if you are a subscriber but not yet a channel member. No, I guess the bumpers aren't working either. Oh, God. This is going to be a great show. I apologize. I think the only way I can do something is to bounce out and refresh my studio here.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with all those things. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes for a normal career Air Force person. However, there are programs that work with the Special Forces. There are, like another guy that was in my career field, he worked with the JSOC folks. He was required to carry a gun, and he would come in while we were monitoring for JSOC.
Yes, I did see that.
leaving
Somebody
Kean.
sent that
I
to
would be
me,
part of the
Vidal.
team,
Maybe it
and
was
he
you?
would have a sidearm. However, I was not allowed to have a sidearm, but he did. But he was one of the guys in my career field that was allowed to do that. And so that was in a Black World program that did that. And that's kind of how it rolls. And you've got all these little niche things that people don't get exposed to that
Yeah, so this guy Jason Sand's excuse when a real Air Force intelligence officer says that's not how this shit works is like, oh yes it does because it was classified. And Chris is saying if it was a classified program you couldn't talk about it or you'd be arrested, but he's got excuses for that.
think a lot of people like yourself, where you've just been doing, regular Air Force stuff, yeah, SIGINT is different. I mean, the SIGINT stuff that was real for me and is right up what you would agree that is proper is that, yeah, you go out and you collect signals intelligence, which is what I did. Electronic systems security is a career field. 1N6 is what it is now, or something like that, or 1N6, 1N0 have joined into one career field now. I started off in the career field 209X1, I think it was the first career field identifier. You can look this up, and then after a while they switched out of that, and we had to get a 1N. 1N6 was the next one, so it went 209X1 to 1N6X whatever.
Sounds like a bunch of
as
gibberish.
the career field.
An excuse
And then
to
when
me.
I became a master sergeant or tech sergeant, they were talking about combining the career fields, and that was still ongoing in 2007 when I exited the Air Force. So they're trying to combine the 1N6 training, inflating what it actually.
He is right. His voice shakes the further he glides.
And several other things about different types of otherwise, data phones, is kind of how to hook those up to the tap device that we have.
Oh, there's somebody talking over him. I was like, what's that?
How to get that all set up for the missions.
We gotta get back to hands though. Thank you, Average. You can come back.
Well, hold on. One more thing. So there's a discrepancy there, and I got to point that out. So when JSOC guys, especially Special Forces, especially JSOC, intelligence guys do not go on the actual missions. They work from a distance supporting a mission. So that's another. Well, that's
in other words, intelligence guys are not in combat missions.
Because you're not going out.
No, the guy that.
Yeah, but you're not going out there.
You weren't there.
So
Let me talk to you.
Special Forces would be the guys.
Stop.
All right,
Stop. That is not an inaccuracy. You don't know what you're talking about. Let me tell you. Yes, no, you don't. Did you tap phone?
He kind of does know what he's talking about. So
yeah.
Okay.
Spicy.
No, you don't.
Even respectfully, you're not making any sense.
Were you a 1N6? Did you monitor telephones?
Well, it's 1N4 now. So
okay, good. So when you monitor telephones, JSOC does that for their team. Okay, they have a liaison, 1N4, 1N6, 209, career field guy that knows how to tap phones, listen, or pick up on emails. They are there to protect.
Yeah, but
they
you're
are
not
there
going
to
out.
protect.
You're not
Look,
going
dude,
out on the actual mission.
I went to Fairford on one of these missions for that, and they actually had me there with 4 or 5 other people that are also 1N6s, 1N4s, and the lead guy was a 1N6, 1N4 himself, and he's stationed with JSOC. He would be there with them in Carolina for all the time. He literally deployed with them every time. But when he went into, and I was part of that team, we went down there and we did it. And all we were there for is to listen to the phones and make sure that everything was hush-hush, and that the JSOC team that was going to be going in hadn't had any erroneous phone calls or anything else going out that would tell or tip off any of the people they were going after. They're very tight about that. So that's all I was there for. I wasn't I wasn't doing like intel stuff like, oh, I got to produce a report. Oh, I need to get what year was that?
You're skipping, Grider. We got hands.
No, it's important.
I didn't work for JSOC.
I'll yield my hand.
Deployed with JSOC people. So there's a difference there. It's different. Yeah, that was, let me see, 1998.
It's different. It's different.
Yeah, 1998, I believe.
Go ahead.
Okay, so we made it through that spiciness. So for those unaware, Average Chris is a skeptic of UFO and alien bullshittery, and he's also a verified former Air Force intelligence officer. So essentially, Chris's argument is that you're not telling the truth because signals intelligence people don't use weapons and have combat missions. They're back and in an air-conditioned office somewhere, and they're providing intelligence to the actual combat units. And Jason Sands is furiously trying to refute that, like, well, no, it could still be true because you're screwing up my grift if you say that it's not true, right? And I think that there is a problem with connecting to the host here. So we've got no backgrounds and no banners. Boy, this is terrible. So I'm not quite sure what we should do. I think I'm going to try one quick fix. So you'll have to excuse me. I'm going to bounce out of this studio and re-enter and see if that fixes our background and whatever issues. And while we do that, I can't even put a background up, but I can put a banner up. We're having technical difficulties. Please stand by. I promise you I will be back as quickly as possible, probably 30 seconds or 1 minute, but I want to try this to sort of reboot the stream. I'll be right back, friends. Just please stand by. The show is not over. All right. I think we are back, but I don't know. The live stream. So I apologize. Boy, this is going to be a hell of an ending to the show. I think I can still share my screen. The technical difficulties. So I've got something else spicy, which is another part of the space. And I guess we want to thank, oh, wow, that's so weird. So it looks like it's playing the background on my side, but not, it's not playing it on my side, but it's playing it on your side. So this, that's weird. I've never seen this problem before. Oh no, now it's fixed. Okay. All right, good. I think we're good. So I apologize for the technical issues. Good to know that we can just jump out if that happens again. Sometimes I think there's a buffer that gets filled and there's some buffering problem, but it looks like we're okay. So we're going to go next to the next part of the space where he talks about murdering aliens. And Lou Reviews posted this, says it's the only 12 minutes and 35 seconds you need to understand how crazy Jason Sand. And this is another part of the space. And we want to thank UFO Shane, who gave us, I guess we have permission. I'm going to put my fair use banner. It's publicly out there. This stuff is publicly out there. So our sharing it is fair use because we're using it to educate the public. But I'm still going to, we're still going to, I'm so happy the banners and everything's working now. I guess sometimes you just got to jump out and jump back in. Thank you guys for your patience. Oh, and, while we're at it, let's check in with the live chat. Did we miss? See where the last super chat was. We'll check in with the goal. I think we need a bunch more of you people. Duco Duo said, did someone say their dog would be put down if you didn't hit the goal? No, we don't use those kind of gimmicks. By the way, Duco Duos, I'm not a fan of the locale stuff, but I've been watching this Locale Queens. Do you guys know about Locale Queens? So apparently it's this show Locale Queens, and the host of the show said, if we get this much in super chats, I will eat cat food. And then she didn't do it. So Keemstar got all pissed off and jumped on the next stream and said, you can't scam the viewers. You got to eat the cat food. And so it's so bad. She went and got a can of cat food, but they thought that she traded the cat food for tuna. So they made her get a different can of cat food. And long story short, that poor girl had to eat a big fork full of cat food because she promised the viewers she would eat cat food. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And we now have 38 of 50 super chats for the goal. We need 12 more kind and generous people to reach deep in their wallets. I know it's December, and throw $5 in our hat. 12 more kind and generous people. We need to do that in order to hit the overtime goal. All right, we're gonna share this next. Why is it doing that? All right, 1 second, friends. So this is where it gets even crazier because in this one he's going to talk about 5 minutes, pay pigs. Come on, pay pigs. Pay up. We need 12 more. No, you guys are all very kind and generous, and we appreciate all of you, especially you people that are helping us hit our goals. So Lou Review says this is the only 12 minutes you need. And there's UFO Shane in the space. And UFO Shane was hosting this space. And I got to say, UFO Shane gave me an opportunity. There's only 4 minutes left in the goal. Are you kidding me? Why is that? Did I not hit it long enough? The timer's running out. Damn it. The timer's running out. The goal ends. We got 41. I will monitor the goal and we'll just time it. We have 41 of 50, so we need 9 more. I'm going to have to do it manually. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the goal, but we can extend the goal. How did that end already? Because it's only a 3-hour goal. They only let you do 3-hour goals. So we've been broadcasting. We've been broadcasting right now for, we've been broadcasting for quite some time, for almost 3 hours. So the goal will end in 9 seconds, and we won't hit it we won't hit it. Oh no, it's still say 3 minutes left. We may not hit it by the time the timer ends. Let's, 1 second. Let me go back to the comments here. We got a bunch more kind and generous people, though. Sandra McDonald with the kind and generous $7.99 towards the goal. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us, Sandra McDonald. And we've got AB with a kind of generous $5. Been binging the old episodes. I'm addicted. Never thought I'd listen to so many hours of wackadoos yakking. Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much, much appreciated. And did we get? Yeah, I missed one. I think I missed one. Yeah, I did. 1 second. We'll get that one. And then we need 9 more to hit the goal. Becky doesn't look like she would complain about eating anything, let alone cat food. Is that Becky Boop? Is that what they call her? And how did I get sucked into this shit? I somehow got sucked into that shit. And now I feel like I got to watch it. I want to see what happens next. But see, Kean is good at that shit. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. We've got P18. Quick chat, send your money to Steve. Yeah, we've only got 1 minute and 46 left to get 8 more. So it doesn't, never say never, right? Somebody could rapid fire 8 $5 super chats. But we will keep track of it. We will keep track of it because we need 8 more. And I'll just count any 8. Let's make it to 50. Come on, kids. Yes, let's make it to 50. Let's make it to 50, says Blasty Powwow with another one towards the goal. And P18 says it's addicting. Yeah, we'd like to make it that way. And Not Miku says, can we hit it? Yes, can we hit it? I don't know. We got 1 minute left, and we need 5 more in 1 minute. This is too much stress and anxiety. Like I'm starting to have a panic attack. 4 more. We need 4 more now. 4 more. Can we hit it? And we've got Lodi and Lori's with another $5. I'm contributing to Felt Ralph with 3 more. We've got Detective Bloor with $4.99. I have been for grifted. Felt the goal. Look, we're gonna just barely scrape through that, right? We're just barely gonna scrape through that. Yeah, praise the cash, friends. Praise the cash. Oh, praise the cash from Stuff and Things and Storm Crow. How many left? It looks like, oh, we hit it. You did it. Your goal is complete. Thank you, friends. Thank you, contributors. Thank you, kind and generous sponsors. I appreciate every single one of you, and thanks for appreciating what we do here. It is awesome. And I wish I had something better to celebrate with, but the best that I could do is David Wilcock dressed as a blue chicken bitch, thanking everybody for praising the cash. Thank you all. We hit the goal. We're going to get into the spice and then overtime.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. The blue chickens command you to praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right. We are definitely praising the cash. How many left? Stormcrow, I think you were the magic one, but we've got a few more people. Not Miko says Suffago. Thank you, not Miku. And Michael Siebold says Frochet pet food from Germany is the best, no doubt. I'm not eating cat food. Duco Duos, $5 from Duco Duos. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. We hit the goal. Oh my God, that is nightmare fuel, somebody says. Ew, chicken more like. Yeah, it's gross. All right, so we're going to get into this spicy part of the spaces. And again, remember while we're listening to this that this is the only new thing that James Fox had in his documentary is this guy Jason Sands, who is about as credible as a crackhead. The best analogy I always say is this guy's as credible as a crackhead holding up a gas can asking you for money so he can get gas to get home. He's about as believable as that too.
I need you to just stabilize your innocence cord. That's all. Okay. Now, there's been a lot of crazy
Shane,
shit going
are you
on
going to
this
let this
planet.
go on, Shane?
Yeah, he needs to, because I'm the one that's holding him there, making him talk right now. So
Are you
please.
really going to make this about you right
Andra?
now, Gaia?
Andra, yeah, it is about me, bitch. Shut the fuck up, or I will bring Hella in here, cunt.
Spicy,
How did they approach you with killing aliens? Like, how did that all come about?
Well, like I was saying, this was kind of a punishment for me because they were going to do worse to me than make me do this mercenary work. But it was because I had fucked up and broke the rules and brought my wife and kids on a mission.
Oh, this is the same one, I think.
Before us and everybody that has given their...
1 second. Just bear with me.
It's not true.
Hold on, friends. There's some overlap here between the clips. Just bear with me 1 moment. All right, 1 second. Now I got it. Well, I got it close enough. There was some overlap between the two clips that we were going to use. So just bear with me 1 second. We'll get this queued to go. And now it gets even crazier. So it's not just that he's an alien assassin. He's seeing aliens ripping children apart. And he starts crying during this or something. This is just sad. It's just crazy. And again, this is the best James Fox can do. Come up with a guy who's mentally unstable, who's saying all of this stuff. It's honestly, it's sad. It's very sad.
Things like the proper Air Force. So in the proper Air Force, I would go out and do the things that you're talking about. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes for a normal career Air Force person. That's kind of how it rolls. And
yeah,
you've
but
got
all
these little niche things that people don't get exposed to that I think a lot of people like yourself, where you've just been doing, regular Air Force stuff. That was the idea, I think, that individual or that entity had in his mind. And then
here we go.
This is the hard part, but they had kids in there too, and he killed some of them. He literally tore them in half.
Okay, so the alien in the cave that he murdered had kids in the cave, and he ripped them apart. That's what Jason Sands is telling people in Twitter Spaces, and crying.
Thank you, Jason. I'm sorry. I was just curious, and I really appreciate you.
I'm sorry. I just keep seeing that kid's face and his eyes as he was dying. I just can't. It was hard for me because I had kids of my own, and I just thought this is.
Thank you, Benji 100.
At all.
Kind of generous $2. Just says hello.
Sorry
Hello,
about that,
Benji 100.
didn't mean to lose
Glad
it
you're
like that.
here.
Wait a minute. Who killed the kid?
The alien did. One of the aliens, because there were a couple of them in the first cavern. One of them got away and started to kill some of the humans in this
the
other
Diddy
cavern that was
aliens,
adjacent to
yeah.
the first.
Everybody's saying Diddy aliens.
I remember there being, like I said, very, very cold. The trees, to me, it felt like it was kind of like...
yeah, totally creepy guy.
I don't know how to put it. I can't really...
The vaping pig appreciates the fake crying.
Jungles or some, I don't know. It could have been... no, it couldn't have been a jungle because it was wintertime there. It was just cold. No, all I remember is that cavern entrance.
Regular Air Force V.
The helicopter, and that was it. I just jumped out with the rest of the guys, and we just started running towards the cavern entrance.
Yes,
Wait a minute. So you don't
crane.
know like what state? What do you know? What country?
No, they never told us that. They literally would wake us up en route to wherever we were going. That was the way it was.
Okay, so I just want to reiterate.
All right, so Chris is trying to all right, so let me get this straight, wackadoo.
All right, so we got you killed 3 aliens. One, like 2 in one place, 1 in another.
Okay, so now it's not 1 alien. Do you see how things just keep getting? It's like everything is getting more and more grandiose here. It's like, I didn't just kill 1 alien. Now I killed 3 aliens. So remember, his entire story first was, I worked in signals intelligence. I was monitoring phone calls and I heard stuff about alien crash retrievals. Then it turns into, I was driving through the desert and I met this alien that didn't have no ears. And there was 50 other witnesses to this event and people debriefed us. And James Fox has all that information, but he didn't share any of it in his documentary. And he didn't find the co-witnesses to the event to corroborate my story, even though I gave their names to James Fox. Then I killed the alien in a tunnel. I killed it. I killed it dead. Die, alien scum. Die. Die, you alien scum. They're shooting him. I guess he shot him with a gun, he said. And then his story morphs and becomes even more grand, because he killed another alien because he saw that the alien in the cave had some children, like a ditty party. But instead of diddling the little boys, he just ripped the boy in half. He ripped a little child in half, and that made Jason Sands sad because he had children and he cried. But then he killed him. He killed the alien. He killed him. And then he killed another one. And Chris, this guy Chris, you don't know this. Well, some of my audience knows this. This guy Chris is like a totally serious military dude. Chris actually reminds me of my dad, because my dad was a military man, and if you ever known like a real serious military guy, like they're very serious. So poor serious Chris is in the spaces, and he's like, "So let me get this shit straight. You killed 3 aliens. Let's back it up a little bit."
I want to reiterate. All right, so we got you killed 3 aliens. One, like 2 in one place, 1 in another. And you don't know where the location is.
Well, I know where the other one was. I know where one of them was, definitely on the Nellis test range. That was the one that was in the prison cell, and that was in the S2 area of Nellis test range.
So he killed an alien that was in a jail cell. Does any of this sound like, okay, so there's an alien in a jail cell and you just went and shot him when he was helpless? This doesn't sound very like a good story to me. I don't know.
Okay, so one of them was at least at Nellis, and then there was a cavern somewhere where an alien got loose and killed a kid.
Well, there were men, women, and children in that cavern. There was probably about...
Why were there children in the cavern?
I thought that perhaps that these beings, these NHI, were going to take these people and abduct them and do whatever they felt like to them.
Oh boy!
And that these people were being held against their will. They all looked
very
fearful when
very
they came
fake.
to the cavern, and they were screaming because
Patty says there's no crying in Griftland.
Kill them,
yes.
And it was just a horrible mess.
All right, so you grabbed a gun, or you were given a gun that you can't really identify, and you use the gun to kill the
Yeah.
alien, right?
Yep.
Why did they encourage?
They want you to be the
nonsense?
best you can be, in that they know you can do better, and that's really what the problem is that we're
War
standing here
crimes. Yeah.
fussing over every day, and even in politics, is the corruption, the
Yes, he
crime,
committed war crimes
the
against aliens.
awfulness, even on social
It's a
media,
war
the
crime.
stupidities
Yes.
that we get into, the hurt we do to others. I mean, out of all the creatures on Earth, we have words and
Alien
communication with
pity
each
parties.
other,
Yeah.
and we have the power to break people. We have the power to also love people and encourage them. And I would beg you, as my message to you, is that try to always love and heal rather than tear down.
Got to throw in some new
destroy.
age nonsense.
And that's really what it is.
Yeah, but how could you say that about the NHI or aliens when you just told everybody that they ripped the kid in half?
But that's
Like, I
just one
understand,
faction
like-
of the NHI. They're the ones that are the problem children. You got to understand.
Listen, so there's some bad guy aliens. Listen, there's some bad guy aliens, and they're ripping children apart. So I killed them. I killed the alien because he was ripping a baby apart or ripping a child apart. So I killed him. But love everybody. What world does this make sense in? Yeah, he didn't. Somebody, who said that? Fat Chick Thriller. He didn't use a gun. He used his chi energy because he has a background in martial arts. Oh, man.
Think about it logically. If there is other intelligent life out there, they have the same problems we do. I was being asked to eliminate and exterminate the nasty ones out of our society, out of our world. That's what I was doing.
Yeah,
So
I was killing the
I'm
bad
not going to hog
ones.
up any more time. What I will say, man, is that like as a veteran,
Here we go. Spicy.
Dude, it's really hard for me not to be like I'm not like this is not. It's a bad situation for you too. Like putting myself into your shoes, it's like either way, either you're an intergalactic murderer, like an intergalactic war criminal, or you're lying and you're disgracing everybody that's put on the uniform, that served people, that every veteran you're spitting in the face of. So either way, man, it's just I can empathize with you from that perspective, as in you're in a tough situation. But man, dude, if it's ever proven that you're lying, man, like, I mean, dude, like just shame on you. If it's I'm like shame on you, man, because like, it's really dishonoring. It's dishonoring everybody that has came before us and everybody that has given their life. Okay, and I've had friends that lost their life. Okay, overseas, and like, to have you running around making people think that there's soldiers out there that are mindless murderers, because that's the exact opposite of the people that I serve.
I keep calling him a mindless murderer, but that is not what he described. So I wish you would stop calling him that.
Well,
I love.
And you're talking about.
I love how there's true believer wackadoos that are listening to this guy and they just believe him and they're going to defend him. Come on,
dude.
The things that
you're just
all right. Look, it's
I don't
no
believe
different.
you. Is what I'm
Look,
saying, and I'm
it's
gonna
no
step
different
down.
than a
So.
special forces guy being told this is your target, take him out. That's all I did.
I'm telling you that
I
think
did
that
what I
you're
was
lying.
ordered to do.
Put a tampon
I don't
on
believe
it,
you at all,
Jason.
and I'm a veteran. I
Well,
serve
good.
not in
You're
special
welcome to that
forces.
opinion.
And shame on you, man.
Sweep it
Shame
up.
on you.
Well,
I wish
thank
you the best, though. Take care.
I wish you
Okay,
the best,
wish
you
you the best
liar.
too. Thanks.
I wish you
I
the
can tell
best,
you
you liar.
that the fact that you are coming on here and you're saying these things, and you're saying you ran these special missions, contradicts everything that I've ever been exposed to by JSOC and special
Well, there's
forces.
been a number of people that took out
it's-
Osama bin Laden, and they described in gory detail how they took out people and killed them.
Fuck you. I'm off this panel. Fuck you. Don't compare yourself to those guys ever.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm
Fucking
telling you.
piece of
I'm not
shit. I'm off
saying
this
I am.
panel.
Spicy,
I'm
you
not
Fuck
saying
you.
piece
I
of
am.
shit
Fuck
liar.
you. Go drive.
Oh, whoa, you piece of shit liar.
So this is what happens right here when you get veterans, people that served, that know this stuff in the space, because they can read through bullshit. I'm leaving this space because this is ridiculous. And I just want people to realize, like, when you see veterans calling out somebody that claims these things, that claims to be a veteran, listen to them, because we're not just all crazy. We know how this thing works, and the things that
It's good
Jason's
that
been
they.
saying is
Yeah.
not how the military operates. We're trying to tell you that, like, that's not how it works, Jason. Like, that's not special forces alone. The things you're claiming, there is an extreme process that you have to go through, and it's the tip of the spear to even
Okay,
get involved in the things
I
that you're
get
even
it.
talking about.
I know you didn't work in the program like I did. I agree. I
There
agree.
is no program.
I agree.
There
But
is no program.
you've got to understand that just because you're a veteran, you don't know everything that goes on at the Secretary of the Air Force and lower echelons. And I actually got read into other programs as well.
Oh, so he's got more
Thank you. Your
materials.
innocence is
Tonight. That was
stable.
really appreciated, Jason. It was so glad you were able to come out tonight.
Yep.
I need you to just stabilize your innocence cord. That's all. Okay. Now, there's been a lot of crazy
Shane,
shit going
are you
on
going to
this
let this
planet.
go on, Shane?
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to. Because I'm the one that's holding him there, making him talk right now. So
Are you really going to make this about you right now, Gaia?
Andra, yeah, it is about me, bitch.
Ah, spicy. Okay, so we made it through. And wow, what did we learn? We learned that we're trying to show you that, listen, James Fox's latest documentary has this guy as the only thing new. And it turns out that this guy is a complete and total wackadoo who can't stop telling fantastical stories with no evidence. Just trust me, bro. And even real military veterans are coming into spaces and saying, this is not how this shit works, dude. This is not how this shit works. Patrick Thriller says, but what about my program, Bish? Oh, no. Yes, and V says he makes a mockery of all of us and civilians included. All right, so I said we're going to do some overtime. Yeah, we're going to do that. 1 second here. Let me go to my Google Drive. I have some other stuff. I have some other stuff we haven't shared yet. 1 second here. Let me get to my drive. Oh, did I put it under F or J? One second. Oh, yeah. So I had this slideshow. 1 second. Okay. So I have some more to share with you that's interesting about James Fox documentary and how fake it is. And there's more. There's more evidence, quite frankly, that James Fox is the world's worst researcher, or he is intentionally deceiving people. One second. And I have something from Charlie Weiser. Yeah. So one of the other big things in James Fox's documentary, which is rehashed garbage, is the Calvine UFO incident. And here we have uncreative deconstructionism gifted one True Seekers membership. And the lucky winner of that is Cornelius. So again, smash that subscribe button, because when people gift these memberships, you could get one. And Uncreative Deconstructionism just gifted 5 more memberships. Let's go. And EE got a free membership from Uncreative Deconstructionism. Sir W, Mamba 199, Bibi from Senegal, and Patrick Caval Moen got a free membership, all from the kindness, generosity, and support of Uncreative Deconstructionism. So that just goes to show you, if you weren't aware, if you're a subscriber but not yet a channel member and you're in the live chat, when people buy these, you could win one. And Skybook Propulsion says, praise the cash. And Uncreative Deconstruction says, yes, sir. Yes, let's go. Let's praise the cash, friends. So we are going to take a very short musical break. I'll put my banner up. The show is not over. We're going to be back with overtime. Just so everybody's aware, if we hit the goal, we do overtime, and I do some additional stuff. And tonight I will be sharing some additional information that shows that everything virtually in James Fox's documentary is very, very just not It's just not credible, friends. It's just not credible. So I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll be back, and I've got more to share with you. And then we'll do sort of a wrap up about James Fox's I'm telling you, this is the most deceptive UFO documentary I've ever seen, mostly because he leaves out the history of every wackadoo he uses to try to prove his case, which is piss poor and weak. And of course, James Fox is an intellectual weakling and a coward who will not debate me about his latest documentary, because I'd leave him crying on the floor in a puddle of his own piss and shit. He would melt under the weight of a good, critically thinking, skeptical truth seeker confronting him with his complete and total lack of evidence and his bullshito that he used to put this thing together. So we'll return with more information. We'll do a Q&A. Get your questions ready. All capital letters, please. I'll be right back.
While she's breathing smoke, city full of shadows, eyes never sleeping, searching for the gallows. Lost in neon heartbeats, data pouring through veins, whispers in the alley, lights driving insane. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Open your eyes. Streets paying fear, numbers on the screen. Darkness looking near, rebels never flee. Clocks ticking madness, voices break the chains. Signals crossing static, unmasking those who read. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Open your eyes. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers exposing the lies. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. Truth and the lies.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are into overtime. So I've got some interesting things to share with you. We talked about Mr. Fox's incredible amount of evidence that he showed in his document. Oh, that's right. There was no evidence. There were stories from wackadoos. And I think we have sufficiently proved that those people were wackadoos. And one second here. So we talked about earlier that Mr. Fox's greatest achievement as far as evidence for his claims of alien visitation on Earth, his greatest evidence that he showed was this, which is essentially, it is a Star Wars balloon. That's the best evidence that he came up with for his arguments that aliens are visiting Earth and there's a crash retrieval program and the government has space aliens and the government has alien spaceships. And his best evidence that he showed was a Star Wars balloon. But there was more best evidence that he had, which was also equally debunked as garbage. And let's get into that. So the other thing that he pushed in this, again, this is all rehashed stuff that's pretty much, this has been debunked. It's not what you're saying it is. The other thing that he talked about in the documentary, because he had Nick Pope. Oh, see, I forgot. We're not even done. So back to this. He's got this thing called the Calvine UFO. And Nick Pope is a British guy who is a complete and total grifter. And if you look, Nick Pope used to say that he's a former Ministry of Defense UFO investigator. But it turns out that Nick Pope never investigated UFOs for the British government. Does that sound familiar? So that is another person that James Fox is using that is as credible as a crackhead. Nick Pope has been grifting off of UFOs for his entire career, for decades now. He claims that he ran a British UFO program. There is paperwork, and I've showed it here 100 times. I'm not going to show it again tonight. People can go, if you're really going to press me, I'll go to my previous show or go through my folders and find. There's letters from the British Ministry of Defense that say Nick Pope never ran a British UFO program. In fact, he never investigated any UFOs for the British government. Nick Pope, on his own website, claimed that he investigated alien cattle mutilations, alien abductions, alien crop circles, all for the British government Ministry of Defense. But the British Ministry of Defense wasn't playing, and they felted him, putting out letters that say not only did Nick Pope not investigate alien cattle mutilations, alien crop circles, and alien abductions, the British government as a whole does not investigate those things. So there's another about as credible as a crackhead person who, by the way, is like one of the producers of this shit film, the worst that James Fox ever produced, that is completely and totally not credible at all. And, it's just one of those things, like, how many exposed people, right, do we have to get to before we say that James Fox is using less than credible sources, right? How many times do we have to, and you can Google Nick Pope. You've probably seen him on 100 different UFO shows and 100 different UFO documentaries, because the guy makes his entire living. But the problem is, here's another guy that's as credible as a crackhead that James Fox used. And he talked about this Calvine UFO, but we have some great information to share with you. All right. So, my friends, it turns out that the Calvine UFO gets debunked as being completely and totally fake. Your guide to the Calvine UFO. And this is from Charlie Weiser. Symmetry matches that of a 5-point 3D star, side on, rough surfaces, damaged glitter coat. Hard shadow lines, seam of forward-facing arm, dark spot, tip of forward-facing arm, hanging loop. This, my friends, is a fucking star you put on a Christmas tree. James Fox is using a fucking star from a Christmas tree as his proof of alien visitation on Earth. It doesn't get any stupider than this. It doesn't get any stupider than this. And so, the Calvine UFO is a nothing burger. And let me just share my screen once again. I apologize here. So again, James Fox is pushing the Calvine UFO, but he's doing the lie by omission. The Calvine UFO is let me get it on the screen. That would help. The Calvine UFO is the exact shape with matching shadows and symmetry to match a 5-point 3D star ornament. Learn to distinguish between the evidence, one, photo, and the story surrounding it, tall tale, briefly puzzled Ministry of Defense, and the thrill of a decades-old mystery. Yeah, and somebody says, put a watermark. Elizondo might use your photo in his next paid event. So this is the level of bullshit that these guys push. Wow, there's ghosts in here. The lights are flickering. I don't know what that's about. Very strange. Okay, and there's some more information from Charlie Weiser that is incredibly interesting. 1 second. Let me see if we can't find that. Let's see here. Somebody sent me this earlier. Yeah, so Nick Pope has had nothing to do with any Calvine UFO research. It's giving him 15 minutes of fame, and he ain't letting it go. So Nick Pope is always trying to attach himself to this Calvine UFO photo, but there's no there. There's nothing. He had nothing to do with that whole situation. And in the documentary, James Fox interviews somebody that worked in the kitchen with the people who claimed to witness the UFO, but there's no there, right? So the people who claimed, somebody took a picture of this UFO, and then it's being said Nick Pope lied in his 1996 book. Oh no. One second. Let me share this for you. So Nick Pope gets caught lying in his 1996 book. One second. All right, I'll share my screen here. Okay. Great. Let me get that on the screen here. So Nick Pope lied in his book. Charlie Weiser, one reason you know Nick Pope is full of shit is that he lied about the Calvine case in his 1996 book, embellishing it by making a narrative point of the witnesses first hearing the UFO. They reported no sound in both the UFO sighting report and via Craig Lindsay, who spoke with them. So this is by Nick Pope. The two men became aware of a low humming sound, but in the documentary, according to the person who interviewed them, there was no sound. So isn't that interesting? Charlie Weiser says, this isn't a minor thing or a mistake. Whether or not a UFO makes a sound is extremely important information given the state of our known aerial technology and not something you'd forget. Pope fabricated a better story, which people do when they think they won't get caught. And when they're trying to position themselves as a VIP in ufology, Pope's clutch on the Calvine case slipped away when David Clark and others did actual research. To maintain his hold, he's now being all mysterious about whether or not the recently unearthed Calvine photo is in fact the actual photo taken on that day in 1990, even though it matches the view foil in the mod file. Lying about the case didn't work, so Pope is left scrambling to remain relevant by playing this ridiculous charade. Pope says that research done on the authenticated Calvine photo is worthless. This would include any photo analysis, Lindsay's testimony, as well as hoax theories. What exactly would mod authentication of Lindsay's photo look like, Nick? Describe that. You can't. Here's Pope again trying to remain relevant because he has made a recreation from memory. It's become relevant because we now have the original photo irrelevant. He calls his recreation 80-90% accurate, but Lindsay's photo has prominence. It matches viewfoil is worthless. Here's Pope pretending to know that the negatives were returned despite the Ministry of Defense file, which says they were kept in the office, stating that. So Nick Pope has been lying about this stupid case that is most likely somebody took a picture of a Christmas ornament, right? They took a picture of a Christmas ornament. And somehow this is the best. This is the best, friends. This is the best information that James Fox has to share with us about aliens visiting Earth. A Star Wars balloon and a Christmas ornament. But these, my friends, are the layers of deception that are used to push these fake stories. And James Fox won't give you any of the information that I have given you tonight. And let's also take a moment to recognize that he heavily featured David Grush giving congressional testimony. For those unaware, Dave Grush was the so-called UFO whistleblower that testified before Congress. But Dave Grush, after all of this time, has yet to provide any evidence. And it turns out that David Grush it turns out, is a former mental patient. So, you know, what do we have here? We have James Fox using a fake Ministry of Defense UFO program director that never investigated UFOs for the Ministry of Defense in his documentary to provide talking points. He takes talking points from David Grush. David Grush is a former mental patient. A former mental patient who had alcohol problems. He got involuntarily committed to a mental institution for evaluation after a psychotic breakdown, some would say. And David Grush destroyed his career, became a so-called UFO whistleblower. 566 days ago, he claimed to the United States government and to the media that the United States government was in possession of alien spacecraft and alien bodies. And he claimed he interviewed 40 witnesses. It turned out that he interviewed wackadoos like Jason Sands, the person that we just showed you that is telling people he was on an alien assassination squad and he murdered 3 aliens, one of them because they ripped apart a child. And, you know, he's been doing 20 and backs and time traveling and all manner and meeting aliens in the desert, right? James Fox's evidence is laughable. It is a joke. So he's using Dave Grush, but Dave Grush made these claims 566 days ago. And still, despite numerous promises to provide evidence, has provided none. We've got the Calvine UFO, which is essentially a Christmas ornament. Somebody took a picture of a Christmas ornament, hung it from a tree or whatever. Then we've got a Grogu Mandalorian Star Wars balloon. That's his other great evidence in this documentary. And then we're going to go through once again for just a quick synopsis. 1 second. Okay. Also in the documentary, he uses talking points from a man named Carl Nell. And when we get into these UFO grifters, they all grift off of each other. And the best way that I can display that to you is Carl Nell. Because in the case of Carl Nell, here's a former military officer who, by the way, left the military in disgrace. He was forced out, right? So he starts grifting off of UFOs, starts hanging out with all the UFO grifters. He goes to something called the SALT conference and he says, aliens are visiting Earth, 100%. I have no doubt. But when asked what his evidence for this is, he says his evidence is Dave Grush said it. Lou Elizondo said it. So what we get is one big circle jerk. Well, aliens must be visiting Earth because Lou Elizondo said it. Lou Elizondo. Well, aliens must be visiting Earth. After all, listen to the revelations of David Grush. Lou Elizondo has no evidence of alien visitation. Dave Grush has no evidence of alien visitation. Carl Nell, when pressed, what's your best evidence for alien visitation on Earth, says, well, Lou Elizondo was a Pentagon official, and he said it's true. Lou Elizondo has no evidence. Well, David Grush was an intelligence officer with the Air Force, and he said it's true. Well, David Grush is a former mental patient who hasn't provided any evidence of his claims for 566 days now. So what we get is one big circle jerk, friends. One big circle jerk. That's what we get. And so, my friends, what we are left with is that James Fox is a grifter. James Fox is a UFO profiteering scumbag who takes advantage, as we saw tonight, of mentally unstable, perhaps mentally ill people with post-traumatic stress disorder who are running around in Twitter spaces telling people that they murdered aliens because somebody threatened to kill their family if they didn't murder those aliens. And after all, Jason Sands had to murder that one alien because he watched him rip a child in half. And what is James Fox's evidence for all of this? Nothing. James Fox has as much evidence for aliens as I have evidence that I am God. So what we are left with is a lesson. A lesson in UFO profiteering whores. And let's be clear, James Fox is a scumbag. Anybody who defends James Fox taking advantage of a mentally ill veteran in order to sell his kooky stories and make lots of money is also a scumbag. And let me be clear, James Fox is also a scumbag because he marketed his last film claiming that he would have a 35-second video of the alien talked about in his documentary very soon. And so you got to buy my documentary. It must be true. I'm going to have this video soon of the vagina alien, but he never came through with it. How many times does James Fox get to make a whole boatload of money using these level of wackadoos? Carl Nell is a wackadoo with no evidence. Jason Sands is a wackadoo with no evidence, who is sadly perhaps a very mentally ill man with post-traumatic stress disorder. And apparently a man who's having, by his own accounts, a tremendous amount of financial problems. So he's begging the UFO community for money. He's a wackadoo. Sarah Gamm is a wackadoo who tells people that for $150, she can communicate with your dead grandmom or dead relatives or dead grandpa or dead father or dead mother. She is a profiteering scumbag. She is a scumbag. Anybody who takes money and pretends to talk to people's dead relatives is a scumbag. She's a scumbag. These are all the sources. Let's start over. These are all the sources. A disgraced military man who essentially left the military in disgrace. He appealed the controversial case where he was in trouble, 5 times, and he lost every appeal. Then he gets pushed out of the military. Then he starts saying, oh, aliens are definitely visit planet Earth, and I'm a military insider, so I have credibility. He has no evidence. He's a wackadoo. We've talked about Jason Sands. He's running around telling everybody he's murdering aliens and watching aliens ripping people apart, including children. And he's meeting aliens in the desert. And all of his stories didn't start like this. His story started with, I was a signals intelligence officer, and I heard some things while monitoring phone calls. Now his stories get grander and grander and grander, and now he's in an alien assassination squad special forces team. He's a wackadoo. Sarah Gamm is a disgusting, despicable scumbag who lies to people and claims she can psychically communicate with their dead relatives for money. Only a scumbag does that. This is another source of James Fox. Mr. Graves, Ryan Graves, who's been trying to cash in on UFOs since 2017, who worked with Jaime Maussan, the biggest Mexican hoaxer scammer, alien scammer on Earth. Scumbag. Misidentifies satellites as alien spacecraft or something mysterious. Then we have another scumbag, Leslie Kean, who lied in the New York Times, didn't fact check, wrote a terrible article that started this whole alien UFO craze in 2017. This entire alien UFO craze starts with her completely and totally false, crazed article that wasn't fact checked, that used fake facts, that used fake whistleblowers, that used a fake Pentagon UFO program director. She started the whole grifting career of Lou Elizondo. She's been a UFO activist selling books that are evidence-free, bunch of nonsense. She believes in spirit communication and ectoplasm and spirit mediums and psychics and remote viewing. In other words, here's another source of James Fox. She's a wackadoo. Then we get to my favorite scientist, A man willing to sell the credibility of Stanford University to any UFO grifter that needs a science guy to pretend that this shit is real. Gary Nolan is an intellectual weakling and a coward who makes fantastical claims and never proves anything. He, like Carl Nell, did a SALT conference where he said 100% aliens are visiting Earth. What is your evidence? He can't show us any. It's a secret, friends. Here is another source of James Fox, another wackadoo. Then we get to Christopher Mellon, who took part in a multi-million-dollar scheme that some say defrauded investors out of millions of dollars. They promised those investors that they would build a revolutionary power source, a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. This wackadoo stood in front of a party Mylar baby balloon, a one balloon, and claimed it was an extraordinary craft. This wackadoo is hanging out with Nazi girls at UFO conventions that will dildo themselves to your name and repeat your name while dildoing themselves for $40. In other words, he's about as credible as a crackhead. Another wackadoo source of James Fox. Does James Fox have any sources that are not wackadoos? I don't know at this point. And of course, Eric Davis, a man who said off-world vehicles were found 5 years ago. Astrophysicist and former consultant in the Pentagon's UFO program disclosed to U.S. government officials that off-world vehicles not made of this earth have been retrieved. And what is his evidence of that? His evidence of that is, trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. He has no evidence. This is a man who took part in a multi-million-dollar scam to defraud taxpayers out of $22 million so him and his wackadoo friends could study poltergeists, portals, Native American skinwalking shapeshifters, werewolves, hitchhiker poltergeist, space ghosts, and dino beavers. Oh, and UFOs and aliens. And what was their proof or evidence? None. After wasting $22 million of taxpayer monies playing Ghostbusters with him and his wackadoo friends, we got no evidence or proof after they wasted $22 million. Another wackadoo source of James Fox from his ridiculous bullshit documentary. And Hal Putoff, a man who was fooled by children's magic tricks into believing that Uri Geller had psychic superpowers. Not just Geller, though. Hey, Hal Putoff, someday I'm going to get Banachek here, and he's going to talk about how he fooled you into believing that he had superpowers. And he openly admits that he used children's magic tricks to fool you. Hal Putoff was also part of the $22 million scheme to play Ghostbusters at Skinwalker Ranch with him and Eric Davis and all their buddies and their friends, and worked for Bob Bigelow. What, after decades and decades of making this claims, what evidence does he have that he could share? Oh, I can't share any of it. It's top secret. Bullshit. If it's top secret, you couldn't even talk about any of it, you liar, you old grifting scumbag. And, you know, Hal Putoff is the granddaddy of all these grifting scumbags. And it's one big circle jerk that always leads back to Hal Putoff. Elizondo's book should have been called Hal Putoff Told Me, because almost all the extraordinary claims in Elizondo's book source back to Hal Putoff. And so it's one big circle jerk. What evidence does Lou Elizondo have of alien visitation on Earth? Well, Hal Putoff told me, never mind the fact that Hal Putoff was a high-ranking Scientologist who believes he has superpowers and was also part of what has been described as the TTSA techno scam, again, where millions of dollars were defrauded from the American public. No investor got their money back. They lied and told everybody they were going to build a revolutionary spaceship. He was the science guy. Where's the spaceship, Hal Putoff? You old grifting scumbag, loser. And let's start to be honest that most of these stories all originate with the same people. Principally, this guy, Hal Putoff. This is another one of the piss poor, wackadoo, loser, grifting scumbag sources that James Fox uses and pretends is credible. They're all as credible as crackheads, friends. They're all as credible as crackheads asking you for gas money to get home. Every single one of the people, with one or two exceptions. Brian Bender was in this documentary, but he didn't say anything extraordinary. And there's a few other new people that I haven't had time to thoroughly vet myself, one claiming to be a part of the UAP task force. You know, he didn't say anything spectacular, so I don't really care about him. But most of the people in this documentary are complete and total wackadoos. And many of them have been UFO profiteering, grifting scumbags themselves for years or decades in some cases. So pardon me if I'm not impressed with your cast of wackadoos. James Fox has made enough money. In my opinion, James Fox has made more than enough money giving everybody fake, deceptively edited narratives that are all based on wackadoos and fake science and pseudoscience and stories after stories and secondhand accounts and third-hand accounts. How many times does James Fox get to come to the UFO community? And I'm sure, yeah, he makes money off of the regular viewers, but his principal audience is UFO people. So how many times does he get to come here with this piss poor level of bullshittery and recycled garbage using mentally compromised individuals that are running around telling people that they're on an alien death squad assassination team? Again, there's nothing credible here. But this, my friends, was the most deceptive UFO documentary I've ever seen. Because a real documentarian or somebody really interested in the truth would tell you the truth about his entire cast of wackadoos he used to put this together. James Fox didn't do that. And I am fully 100% aware that he knows these facts that I have put into evidence tonight to be true. And he's free to come here and debate me on any of the facts that I have laid out. But I'm here to tell you that if you are dumb as rocks, stupid as shit, dumb as dirt enough to give James Fox a penny for this documentary, I feel like I should sue him in small claims court and get my money back. And I'll present to the judge all the evidence that I've shown today. And I'll get my money back, I think, because I think any reasonable person would agree with me that James Fox used the lie by omission. Let me just tell you that this was a former government scientist. I'll forget to tell you that he was part of a swindle to defraud taxpayers out of millions of dollars. And then they wrote reports of werewolves following them home from Skinwalker Ranch for the $22 million, right? Let me tell you about Sarah. Sarah Gamm, tell us about your work on UFOs. And I'll forget to tell you that Sarah Gamm also claims that she could talk to angels and demons, and she can telepathically feel the pain of the aliens when watching a UFO documentary that talks about alien crashes. And she can also telepathically communicate with your dead relatives for $150. I'll just leave that part out. James Fox, you are pathetic. And you are a scumbag, grifting. I can't think of any better word. You're a scumbag for using Jason Sands in this. You're a scumbag. You knew that he had credibility problems. You knew that he's been running around the UFO community for months now, telling alien secret stories and grifting for money off the UFO community. You could have cut him from this, but James Fox couldn't cut him because it was the only new thing he had. A mentally ill person telling stories of meeting aliens in the desert. That's all you have. Oh, and a balloon, a Mylar Star Wars balloon. Oh, and a Christmas ornament. James Fox is pathetic. He's pathetic. Anybody who believes James Fox or buys his documentary on purpose is pathetic. This level of bullshittery, This level of disinformation, misinformation, and lie by omission should never be forgiven. He should be banished from this thing for the rest of his long, I hope, life. Long may James Fox live, but go live somewhere else, bro. Don't live here anymore. You've worn out your welcome with your fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. You are finished. James Fox should be finished. He should be done. There's no way he should be able to make another dollar off of UFOs. How many documentaries full of nothing burgers do we get from you, James Fox? All right. So I'll answer questions and comments. And I'm sorry, I get very upset at some of these guys. You know, I see them they're just taking advantage of stupid people. Skyhook Propulsion reminding people to hit the like button, friends. Steven is going all out, as I try to always do. So, the King's speech. Jobo Hobo says, amazing go off. Yeah, I'm tired of this clown. And, you know, I got to be honest, I also get angry because for 3 years now, I have been doing a fact-based, evidence-based, research-based, real good investigative journalism sort of job on my show. And I can't make big money. I'm thankful for the support that we have, right? But yet this scumbag, James Fox, can continually just keep coming back with this level of garbage, and he's a millionaire. He's a verified millionaire from this, right? But I can't make a full-time living doing this. I have to have side jobs and side hustles and day jobs, right? I can't make a full-time living. I can't pay my bills, being honest, because nobody wants the truth. They want a sensational story about a guy meeting an alien in the desert. Never mind, that same guy also later says that he murdered 3 aliens in a cave. Never mind that, you know, real intelligence officers said that that guy's full of shit, and this is not how any of this works, right? Fat Chick Thriller is counting my cigarettes. Don't do that. I got a wife for that. She is an accountant, but I call her Captain Counts a lot. She likes to count how many cigarettes I have, how many beers I drink, right? Vedette says, have you seen that UFO Shane left his audio on Twitter Spaces while he was in the Taco Bell drive-thru? Then he crashed his car on the curb. Then he began crashing out, and everyone heard him. No, I hope he's okay. I haven't checked in with him. I hope he's okay. Prayers for UFO Shane. Was Pope even with the Ministry of Defense? If so, in what capacity? Oh, this is where it gets good. Jeffrey Niggy says, was Nick Pope ever with the Ministry of Defense? If so, what capacity? Nick Pope was in the secretarial pool. He was a fucking secretary. He didn't investigate UFOs. He typed letters for somebody much more important than him for a few years. He was in the secretariat. In other words, he answered the phone, he made people coffee, he typed letters, and he ran errands. He was a low-level, nothing person in the Ministry of Defense. In other words, a loser, a nobody. That's who he was, a loser and a nobody. And so what we've got is James Fox using a fake Ministry of Defense UFO investigator, UAPTF analyst that also takes money from people to talk to their dead relatives, a mental patient in the form of Dave Grush, who for 566 days now has not provided any evidence. We've also got Jason Sands, who's clearly mentally not all there, clearly having mental problems. Question, are there investigators or accounts that you believe to be interesting on the positive, serious, non-grifting side of the investigation? You know, there are good researchers, but they're few and far between. I think everybody goes into this with good intentions, but eventually the grift wins, Skyhook Propulsion. And I think the vast majority of all this stuff, 99%, are not credible. Kevin Alt, Christmas show in the Grinch suit. I can't do that because my son sometimes watches the show, and he'll get wind of that. Michael Schratt is a good guy. He really has listen, he really believes it. Here's what I'll say about Michael Schratt is not intentionally grifting. He's with a bunch of grifter friends, though. Walter Bosley isn't bad. Yeah, and some people like dark journalists, but I think a lot of his stuff is a little out there too. But, he gets into the woo, and I'm not a woo person or, Yeah, so questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. We have run the gambit tonight. We've gone for 4 hours, friends. Yeah, so Nick Pope's formative years in ufology are built on lies. Nick Pope lied to everybody. Oh, I ran the Ministry of Defense UFO investigation office. Turns out, no, you didn't. You lied about it, right? And so, yeah. Yeah, and we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. Not only did we hit our goal tonight, was it Fat Chick Thriller? Fat Chick Thriller, how many gifted subs did you buy tonight? Was it 20 or 40? Wow, very, very generous of you guys. So, I guess the long and the short of it is don't believe anything that James Fox puts out because it's horseshit. I know it's unrelated, but have a look at Redneck Brawl. You'll love it. Oh, I love fight videos. I do follow some Twitter accounts that are like fight videos, people getting knocked out in the street and stuff. Oh, okay. So that was 20 and a bunch of donos. Okay. Well, thank you for your kindness. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Fat Chick Thriller is the MVP of support tonight. Thank you very much. Builder Lee 72 says, I'm going to go back and watch from the beginning, friends. See you tomorrow on Hips at Mr. Sauce. Okay. The lazy ass gamer, Steve. Do you think that David Wilcock will be arrested for all his dumb stuff? No, but I don't know that he'll be criminally prosecuted, but he's going to face some karmic consequences. That's what I believe. It's a YouTube channel where they get dumb summoners to sloppy box. Is it like bum fights? Oh, that used to be a guilty pleasure of mine. I know that's terrible. There are people exploiting those bums, right? They used to give them $20 and a 40 or whatever to beat the shit out of each other. I never actively sought it out, but when it came across my feed, I would watch those bum fights. Yeah. And I don't know, lately I've been getting into the low-cal stuff. I guess I'm trying to understand my new friends at Keno Casino and all of you guys coming over from there a little better. Fat Chick Thriller, pretty much, yes. Tell Steve to listen to Lizzie. Listen to you about what? All the you shoulds? You're giving me a lot of you shoulds, Everybody's giving me a lot of you shoulds lately. I'm only one person. I'm doing the best that I can. Everybody has suggestions, and I know that some of those suggestions are good. Like, oh, you should make this T-shirt, or you should do a brand new. It gets crazy though. Like, oh, you should do a brand new channel for clips. Well, now I got to start a channel, get it monetized. I got to find the time to edit clips every week. They're all good ideas. If I could clone myself into 27 people, Are you a fan of World of T-shirts? Not especially. I don't know. My wife buys all my clothes, so I don't really look at those kind of things, right? What's my favorite slop to watch? Well, lately it's been this Low-Cal Queens. And I don't know. I had some interactions with Keemstar when he was trying to do a UFO thing, but that didn't work out for him. But I'm fascinated by Keemstar and Boogie and some of those people just because they make like crazy money on the internet. I gotta, regardless of what I think of their content, I gotta respect the hustle. And so I've been tuning into this Low-Cal Queens because basically it's a guilty pleasure. You tune in and they just yell and scream and insult each other for most of the show. These three girls, sometimes it's four, and then sometimes somebody comes in to sort of referee it. It's pretty slop though. It's pretty bad slop, right? Yeah, the Queens. Low-Cal Queens, it's called, right? A Steve Clip channel will be epic. Well, this is like another one of those things because some of these you shoulds take me so much time. Somebody's like, you should make shorts, Steve. It'll really help your channel. And I put so much time into the shorts, and they made a grand total, and I'm not kidding you here, of something like a quarter. I made 25 cents after producing 100 or so shorts. So people mean well with the you shoulds, but I just got to find time to do it all. Third Phase of Moon Show is all fake UFO BS. Yeah, there's a free documentary. Scroll all the way down on our channel, and there's 2 free documentaries about Third Phase of Moon and their fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery, right? Can you go into more details about Monocle's grift? I used to think he was believable. No, he collected all kinds of investment money for an anti-gravity device, and they had nothing that worked. And Hal Putoff were directly involved in that. Am I scheduled for another casino appearance? Well, I offered them a story for this week, but I believe that they're taking off until after Christmas, so I'll be back after Christmas with them, I believe. Fat Chick Thriller's telling me to suffer. Yeah. Detective says, I hope your holidays are great. May you and your family have a wonderful and safe Christmas and a happy new year. Keep up the great work and shining a light on these grifting scumbags. Thank you very much for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And we thank you of course, for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash. Praise the cash.
All right, friends. Well, I think we've done our due diligence. I've done the overtime. I've provided you with as much information that I can regarding what a shit show this James Fox documentary I think truly is. And really it's basically a cautionary tale of none of these guys give you all of the information. If they did, you wouldn't believe them. So they know they can't. And it's all one big game, right? Green Man says, I heard from a bigger YouTuber that you either have to go hard on the shorts, the vids, or streams. It somehow doesn't work as a whole. Yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to figure out that YouTube algo and how to catch it, right? We started catching it recently. Sofa Ninja says, damn, Steve knows more than us. The casino just disappeared like 4 days ago. Didn't tell us anything. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't get me in trouble, man. I said, hey, I have a story together for you. And P said, I think we're good until after the holidays or something like that. But I don't know. They may be back. Somebody message them. Have I tried the McRib? Not a fan of McRib. I don't like fake food. I'm a big fan of spare ribs and cooking spare ribs, and I make lots of spare ribs at the cabin. I have a wood-fired oven there. In fact, I have 2 wood-fired ovens there. So we make a lot of wood stove pizza and wood stove ribs and wood stove roasts and wood stove turkeys and chickens. But I'm not a fan of like processed fake rib sandwiches. I'm sure it's delicious though, because McDonald's uses like chemists to make that shit really good and addictive, right? What do we think about the Cliff High prediction about visible contention and coming space melee? It's supposed to already have happened and it didn't. And Cliff High, God bless him, but he's not credible. He's actually a schizophrenic. A lot of people don't know that, but Cliff High is extremely mentally ill. And you shouldn't trust anything that he says as real, right? OG Houston, when Steve goes on the Keno Casino, it's going to be epic. Yeah, I'm trying to get some costumes together for those guys so that I can play some of the people that they grift off. I mean, some of the grifters that they felt. But we'll see how that goes. So listen, friends, we've done our due diligence. It's a 4-hour show. I meant it to be 2 hours. This always happens. I just have too much material. And to be very honest, I like doing a total data dump. Like, let's just dump whatever I remember and have in my brain. I have a pretty good recall on all of these different people, so that when people ask me for the next 6 months, when people say, what do you think of that James Fox documentary, Stephen? I just send them the link, and you know everything that I think about it within reason, right? Blasty Powwow says, I wish I had a cabin. It's too crowded here in South Jersey. I crave topography. It's flat here. I crave a sky with no light pollution to stargaze. I'd move to a cabin if I had one. Check out Goldsboro, Pennsylvania, Tobyhanna, Pennsylvania, Newfoundland, Pennsylvania. It's probably only 2 hours, maybe 2.5 from South Jersey. A lot of cheap land there. That's what I did. And little by little, I've built a cabin there. And if you want to do that, I highly suggest you do it. This was an awesome show, says Fat Chick Thriller. Now I got to go buy crack and a McRib. I think you better stick to the McRib, right? Steven gives the goods and dirt on all these scammers. Bless you for keeping above and beyond, dude. Yeah, well, we thank you for that. Vidette says, thoughts on the latest John Warner interview. I haven't seen it, and I interviewed John a few times. I would like to have him here again, but I haven't spoken to him in quite some time. Speaking of my cabin, when he heard I had a cabin, I think it was Christmas, he sent my kids all this astronaut ice cream and all this shit, and he is like a billionaire. And then he sent me like a whole medical kit for my cabin. I don't mean a first aid kit. I mean like a medical kit with like surgeon's tools in it. It was crazy. So we've done our due diligence. We want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon subscribers, you YouTube channel members, you super chatters, you goal getters, you people gifting YouTube channel memberships, you super thanks people, you super chat people, you super sticker people, you people buying me a coffee. I think I got you all. Oh, and you PayPal pledgers. Before I forget, there's one person that I have to thank from PayPal. If you didn't know, you can also send money to us via PayPal. We call it a PayPal pledge, but be sure to add a note and give us your chat room user ID. So I didn't want to forget, we have Nemesis Bex. I'm glad I didn't forget. I almost forgot Nemesis Bex. Nemesis Bex with a kind and generous, what is it? $12 PayPal pledge says, Merry Christmas to you and your family, Stephen, and to all of you at Truth Seekers. Well, thank you, Nemesis Bex. Nemesis Bex is a longtime show supporter. I appreciate you, Nemesis Bex, and Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to you and your family as well. And I can't tell you, Nemesis Bex has been a big supporter for a long, long time. And we're very pleased to have all of you great supporters. I'm not sure when I'm going to be back. I might do a show tomorrow night. I know, everybody's wallet's got to be drying up by now, but maybe we'll just do one for the crowd, right? So maybe tomorrow night, probably 9 p.m. I got a little more to give to you before I'm probably going to take a few days off for Christmas Eve and Christmas. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I'd like to do a Christmas show. We kind of have a tradition that we do a Christmas panel show, but that basically turns into chaos. But we haven't done it. And so see what happens is I do the panel show and then it's a nightmare. It's so bad. It's such slop. It's the worst slop ever. And then I feel bad and I don't want to do that for a while. But then I forget what a sloppy mess the last one was. And I go, well, we'll try it again because some of them are good, right? But you never know if it's going to be complete and total slop or if it's going to be good. Out of everyone you cover, who would you like to interview Blood Sports the most? I think it's got to be Fat Chick Thriller. It's got to be David Wilcock because he called me a Satan-worshipping child predator. So if I got a chance to actually get on alive with somebody that I cover, I think it would be him. I really do think it would. I would pick him because I got a lot for him, right? Thin Lizzy reminding me, people are for sure going to drop racial slurs like every time. I know, or somebody porn bombs us or something. And the piggies are saying we want slop, right? We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can put together. But I got to get out of here, friends. We're 4 hours and 17 minutes. We've done our due diligence, and that's all I got for you, friends. I believe I will be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But don't hold me to that. Follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. Make sure that you check out our website, Truth Seeker Show. It's one Truth Seeker, the word show, all one word, truthseekershow.com. And if you're listening in an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you. But go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar. You'll see me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll know when we're doing a live show and you can be a part of it. Don't just listen to the show. Don't just watch it. Come and be a part of it. You are most welcome. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Dark corners of the night, secrets hidden from the light. Whispers turn to screams, shattering all your dreams. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Shadows try to hide, no place for them to bide. Light will pierce you through, reveal what is true. Running from your fears, can't escape the sears. Truth will hunt you down, tear apart your crown. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes. Eyes wide open now, truth you can't disavow. Echoes through the halls, crashing all your walls. Truth seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers, coming for you. Uncover the lies, open your eyes.
What if some of that shit is so big? What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, big, it can't be moved. Big, big. What if some of that shit is so big? What if some of that shit is so big it can't be moved? Big, big. It can't be moved. Big, 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 big. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. In a country outside of the United States of America. Big. 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 They're too bloody 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 big. I know exactly where it is. I know exactly where it is. But it was bollocks big, 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 big. But it was bollocks big, 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 big.